You already know what it is. It is time for another week of Division F here in Street Fighter League Pro Japan. We are going live, and I do mean it all the way live for the English broadcast this time around. In accordance in everything going on with CPT, we had to get ourselves prepared for the super premiere happening this weekend in Japan. So what better way to deliver all of the news and possible heartbreaks live to you in full effect. My name is Vicious, here with St. Cola to deliver all of the action of this week's matches. Tell the people at home, St. Cola, what is going on for our full course meal.
Well, you mentioned heartbreaks. Belc People Gaming, as probably last week and this week, you can definitely tell they're probably out. There's probably no chance that they can make it, even if they hit a 40 bomb after 40 bomb after 40 bomb. There's probably no chance that they can make it through. But they can play spoiler to VARREL that's trying to earn as many points as possible to have a sniffing chance. They need 40 points minimum, I think, to have the best chance at moving forward, not counting what happens to the other teams. Now, Crazy Raccoon and Team ESRB are currently neck and neck. This will determine today, at least, who is the top dog between just those two. And then lastly, Yogibo Reject go up against CAG OSAKA. Well, Yogibo Reject's in that top spot. They're over 200. They're doing fantastic. But a nice 40 bomb would be great to further solidify themselves in that top spot and also hurt CAG's OSAKA's chances at maybe getting forward in the bracket, because they need a 40 bomb for over 175 to get over the second and third teams without today's points being total. But right now, what's total right now is the 8 million yen that you see up there, people. That's part of what all these players are vying for. That's 5 million, 2 million, and 1 million respectively, split up between the first and second and third teams. I'm going through a lot of stuff right now. There's a lot of storylines to go through, a lot of heartbreak, as you mentioned, possibly not only today, but this week. We'll get to all that. There's so much going on.
Right, with 2 weeks remaining, actually technically 3 with this one on the line. As we had mentioned, it's such a close-knit race between the top, at least, I want to say, actually, second, third, and fourth between those 3 teams currently. Yogibo Reject, they're still maintaining their lead. They have a 205-point positioning currently, but I feel like with the way that they've been playing, in particularly with Lashard, right, he has been dominating so much. I feel like he has been almost untouched. I think he's only lost like 1 game, and that was at the very beginning to one person, and that was against Hikaru. So with that in mind, the team that is currently pretty much putting up a threshold against the rest of the squad is Hiroshima Team Ikuza, which is actually kind of amazing to see, right? Hiroshima Team Ikuza, a newly reformed team. They were a team last year under a different leadership, under different players. But seeing them maintain their 170 status, which is tied with Crazy Raccoon, a pretty significant deal, right? They have the new Hunter squad with Hibiki and Hikaru pretty much guiding the team to the current placement. And it's going to be very interesting, right? Because CAG OSAKA, they also have a really new composition. They have a good, really well-rounded roster with a little bit of a kick. I want to say with the inclusion of Urio's Jamie in particular. So it's going to be very difficult. Even down below, too, below that, Team VARREL have slowly started to pick up the pace. We're starting to see Mago really shine. I know he had like a heartbreaking match last week where he was so close to taking down Lashard. Personally, one of my favorite matches to watch in the entirety of Street Fighter League this season. We're starting to see some of these teams really kick it into gear, and for very good reason, because there's so much too being awarded for the individual players, as we had mentioned time and time again, courtesy of our sponsors that have been really involved with the season. Obviously, there's season MVP, there's Rookie of the Year, the Point Getter award for the best win rate, as well as our personal favorite, to test the age limits of everybody in the season. It is the Drive Impact Award.
Let me see that driver's license. Come smash that continuously. As we saw Tokido go for Kazunoko in his glasses, that is definitely one that is probably the most interesting, and one that I think if you're in Belc People Gaming, you can maybe still win, depending on how many drop impacts you can land. At least you can grab that and maybe try to land yourself at least further up in these brackets and not leave without being last. You know, that's where they're at right now. As we mentioned, Belc People Gaming, unfortunately, is probably not going to be able to make it through at this point. They're too low in points. They're the lowest scoring team in the entirety of the league this season in both divisions. And that's just how it is. You know, I feel like they haven't had the right composition, right? I feel like the players haven't been placed where they need to be placed. TS is so new. Sako hasn't really been doing the work that he has offline or in like the Warriors that he has in this team-based sort of tournament. So It's unfortunate, but we'll see if they can shine out here. They have to go up against VARREL. Last time, VARREL kind of farmed them for points. It was a 40-0, and VARREL kind of cooked them up, kind of devious. And Daikoku had a very great match against Ryusei. And there are a few other wild matches there. Also, the Mago and Ryukichi match that has some history behind it too as well, where Mago was able to take that. I'm hoping that doesn't happen today. I'm hoping that in this run back they don't get farmed. Hope they put up a fight. They've been slowly starting to climb up and figure out what they have to do. Today, they got to get themselves in order, because not only is it just do or die time, you definitely want to be not in that last place position. Now, let's get into the first team. We talk about them. We mentioned them already. Belc People Gaming coming in with the Tab Master himself, DJ Tiesto, putting to the blender into the mix with that Akuma, and possibly Ken, depending on the match, depending on what he sees in front of him. After that's going to be, it's over. When you fight like Ryukichi, make one mistake, you will regret it with that Ken. You see him make Twitter clips out of every opportunity in every single moment with that character. After that, the eyes of desperation always open, and now open to more JP for what I see on Twitter. See who pulls out that character. It's Ryusei. Last but definitely not least, it's the strongest spear, trying to lead the charge out here. Sakuroko, oldest in the business, but still one of the wisest in the business. I think he's more of a strategist these days. We don't see him on the battlefield as much, but he can definitely put in a lot of work in terms of what the team needs to do. It's time to get together, stop being farmed for points. People Gaming, let's see what they do today. Oh, I like the hand, Sako. I like that.
Join me. I'll take you to the promised land. They need it. They really need to have that kind of like attitude going forward, like these next couple of weeks. But I mean, like, fact of the matter is, even with a flawless record, the most they can get is 190 points, and that is kind of a tough ask to maintain your status of playoffs with 190. But one team that is truly trying to fight for playoff contention at 125 points coming in, it is Team VARREL, starting with the unyielding rebel, Daikoku, with the very, very impressive guile that we've seen week after week, followed by the hero of Sunrise, that is Moke. I still love these intros a lot too. Take my hand. We got the Prince of the Rapids, Mizuha, also coming into play. Part of Team VARREL, who had a very impressive week last week as well. Man, the only name that is rightfully earned and deserved, the 2D God, coming in for Mago. I think overall, when you think about this composition, you have so much to work with, especially being on the home squad. You have Jury, you have Chun-Li, Guile, as well as Cammy. I love how Daikoku is just like, you know, he's chilling, you know, he's all right. And then you have the other two that are just kind of like gatekeeping-ish. You have like Mago and Moke, right? But here's the order in the selection: Ryusei, Ryukichi, and Tiesto. It's gonna be JP, Ken, and Akuma.
So I don't think I've seen this, or at least consistently in the history of Street Fighter League. Before the episode happens, I've never seen someone announce that they're going to play a character and they're going to play at all. Ryusei was like, I'm going to play JP. I want to play JP. Watch me, JP players. He was adamant on Twitter about playing JP. So he's going up first. I like this composition. However, there's a lot of counters to it, right? And I think it's just more of the unfortunateness of fighting VARREL. Like, my order would be Mago, Daikoku, or Moke, and then Mizuha. And this makes sense. I guess if you want to send up Daikoku again, you cleaned up the JP. On paper, it doesn't. But the way that he had cooked up Ryusei last time, I guess he wants to get that link back again. So I was going to set up Mago, set up Daikoku next for the Ken, and or Moke, he can also go up to as well. Then Mizuha to kind of end things off. But we'll see. I mean, Daikoku was so dominant in that match, he maybe really kind of rethink the matchup a little bit.
Yeah, I would imagine so, but yeah, looking at the way everything went down last time, seeing Ryusei back up on the sticks with JP is a very interesting one, right? I was actually just kind of like touring his Twitter and was catching everything that he's put down regarding JP, regarding his mentality going into this week's games. I liked seeing this kind of fire. We had this in Street Fighter 5 towards the end of it, where he had a a really big breakout performance with his Yurien when he was like, you know what, I need to take things a little bit more seriously. I think I figured it out. Now watch me work. And he did really, really well. He was on a hot streak since then. I wonder if it's the same similar type of epiphany with JP this week. And maybe he's going to find like a way to ascend past all the L's he's taking with his character. As much as I appreciate that, as much as I always look forward to seeing like how much a player grows, seeing it at this part of the season is really rough, man. It's hard to kind of like really back that. It's hard to really kind of get behind that only because of the fact that they have 70 points in them, right? I don't want to say too little, too late, but in all honesty, with all due respect, it might just be that way.
I understand the switch over to Bison that he had when the character came out. You know, JP wasn't buffed in the way that he is now. You didn't get the crouch fierce back, you didn't get the heavy kickback, forward heavy kickback. But I kind of agree. Now that you say that, I want to see that same sort of energy he had when Yurien was nerfed. He still said, I'm going to stick with the character. I'm going to make the magic happen with him. But this is again a matchup where still JP does really well. Like he runs a fireball game along with Guile. When Guile's trapped to the full screen, go for the pierce. Any sort of knockdown sets with departure. Guile's typical game plan is stopped and stuffed by what JP would like to do. In the mid-range, long range is definitely a little bit more in favor of JP. It's a little bit easier for Guile this season, being able to deal with his normals. And obviously Guile players have a game plan, as we saw with Daikoku. But on paper, I guess it works. But that just shows how confident Daikoku is to come up again and be like, I'm going to fight this character out. I won last time. I don't care what you study. I'm going to cook you up. Ryusei in his interview says, I like playing away because if I might not be able to play in home. So I guess they don't feel like he's ready to play in home or what have you. I'm shocked to say that. Shocked to see that. Daikoku says, so Fave has been getting some points recently, but I won't let you get any points today. Daikoku, last time you farmed them. What do you mean? Last time you farmed them. Like, you want to do this again? Cool guy. That's a cool guy.
I guess so. I mean, they got, maybe he caught wind of the 20-point game they got, and he wasn't happy about that. Like, he's just trying to ruin people's days. He plays Guile, right? I think it goes without saying that he wants to ruin people's days, whether in-game or out-of-game. But it has been rough, man. Like, Belc, Favu Gaming has gotten 20 points. They were in the tiebreaker situation 2 weeks straight, 3 weeks straight. Yeah, it's been rough. Very rough. But either way, here we go. The first game between Ryusei and Daikoku.
Okay, I will give Ryusei this. Using OD right off the rip, instead of just waiting. The only thing I didn't feel like he did that much in the last time that they fought was using that OD Ghost, but he's almost out of bar. I hit the level 1 here to kill it. Sonic Hurricane.
Damn, full control too. I don't think there was much, pretty much saving you getting out of that corner from the side of Ryusei, honestly. Yo, he flash kicked him so hard the player cam changed. Yeah.
There's the back throw. Stand fierce. Crouching beauty punch with the Sonic Boom, the forward beauty kick. Would love to have a counter hit, but the lockdown has been fantastic with the upside down kick as well.
I wonder why Daikoku goes for this color on Guile. Man, also great defense with the parries all the way through, just holding on to it, even anticipating the teleport. This time around. Has to hold on to this block string. Yeah, parry in between, it makes a lot of sense, but the throw is there. Ryusei thoroughly anticipating the defensive tactic against Daikoku, despite just barely missing Guile. Overhead, that was a punish.
No shot!
Tap parry! The tap parry gets absolutely blown up. We talked about exposing defense. It's not just Ryusei, it's 100% Daikoku.
The fact that he even like saw the tap parry and was able to go for the drive rush overhead, get his follow up into level 3 flash kick. Beautiful, just expert. You could have died for that. Daikoku, you could have been in burnout. You could have taken advantage of that, but Daikoku has such a good handle on how much bar he should and shouldn't use, and what's going to be like the risk reward to kill. He's on point, looking to again take down Ryusei. Especially with the blade to lock him down, makes him tap the parry. The drive rush throw to get it. Listen to that drive gauge.
That was actually so smooth. I love seeing that. Even if it's like against me, it's letting you know that he's attentive towards what defensive choices are for his opponent, and also what they're anticipating, right? Because we talked about, like, if you're not able to perfect parry a Sonic Boom, you're going to be getting your drive gauge pretty much drained. So him testing that out initially was great, but man, what a juggle from Ryusei. Dear Lord. Like, triple spike.
I understand why he likes to play this character. The departure, a lot of back throw stuff, these departures. This time the OD. Now level 2. That defense likely blocked. The crouch kick opens him up, throws the toes. Attack on drive gauge. Rumbling is coming. Break with the overhead, the jump out. Great Nate defense now. Solid puncher. Drive reversal, both the burnout.
Right now for JP. Yep, being able to close up that string and get 3 hits against the armor. Really well played from Ryusei, really well anticipated, but there's the overhead again from Daikoku, almost evening up the life. One misstep, actually one false jump, and he gets clipped mid-air.
I feel like the way that Ryusei is playing this, though. More OD usage, I feel like that didn't really happen before, and part of that was Daikoku taking it all away, but some of his defense into like holding parry when he needs to, sometimes gets thrown, but sometimes allows him and affords him some drive gauge like this. OD spent round start with it too, a lot more of the departure to lock down this character so he can't just drive rush Bazooka knee to get in continuously and build Sonic Booms without really having to think. And the stand fierce are a lot better. He's playing around defensive options. Nice buffer with drive rush right after. Yeesh.
This guy is mad active with crushing medium punch. He was just whipping away at the knees. Oh man, the Tetris block of death, as Sage likes to call it. The jump roundhouse, completely destroying the cranium, and the flat top that Dial has 0 protection on that bad boy. Overhead, get parry.
For an opening. Biggest time is a good, yeah, forcing out the OD usage here. Asada drive rush Bazooka knee nice and close. Flash kick, the meaty boom right after it to lock him down. The activity overall here from Ryusei. Perfect parry with the jump in. Nice and close for that level 2. Ghastly Ghost put this man through the most. The crouch middle kick, exposing toes again. Crystal Slash to put him full screen. Departure. OD this time. Oh, the flash kick. Oh yeah, he saw the cane spin that allows him to get the anti-air off.
Daikoku is not familiar with some of the patterns and some of the strings of these projectiles. He is not even willing to throw out the perfect parry. And that's all she wrote. Ryusei finding redemption after calling it out on Twitter. Getting his big W after a long drought for this team. An amazing way to start things off for Ryusei. All of his hard work slowly coming together, slowly paying off too. It's a great run with the second to last, with the third to last couple of games left. So Daikoku left stunned. I think one of the biggest indicators that he was not ready for those projectiles happened, I think, in like game 2. He wasn't really parrying. He wasn't really looking forward to trying to contest against the projectiles. He was trying to like maneuver his way around it. So off of that indicator, that just left Ryusei to his own pretty much like abilities to throw out projectiles in a really troublesome manner. You can see it right there, right? Daikoku was just so reluctant to even try to parry. But being in burnout, that's also kind of rough too. He put himself in that situation. Daikoku was just like holding on by blocking. It was really rough, but it was really well knit, I think, in my opinion, the way Ryusei set up that trap in the first place. So nice work. First 10 to Favu Gaming. We like that a lot.
Switch it up. I thought it was going to be a cleanup again. I thought Daikoku was going to cook him up because last time I knew Daikoku would kind of thieve away all that drive gauge, but not this time. It was the opposite. As you mentioned, we'd like to see a little bit more perfect parries from the side of Daikoku. More interested in drive rushing with the Bazooka knee and spinning bar like that instead of going for the perfect parry to save the charge so you can have the Sonic boost behind it. That's not what happened. Now I feel like Mago got to go up again to fight Ryukichi. We know the history. It was Mago that found down Ryukichi back to Street Fighter 4. We saw that match last time Mago won. I want to see it again. I want to see it. Since Mago didn't want to go for the JP matchup, have him go up right now, even though it's not that good against Ken. Mago understands how to play Ryukichi. We saw it last time. We saw him slowly break down that player. Mizuha Kami, though. I guess that makes sense, but no Kami for Akuma or Ken at the end for TX?
I think that's something Mago could manage with Jury. I think that's something he's not going to shy away from up to the challenge. But maybe we'll see. It could be a potential moke after all, but I'm leaning more towards Mago being in the captain spot, in the Taisho spot. But yeah, I agree with you. A little bit of a surprise in my opinion, not saving the Kami for the Akuma pick.
踏まれてしまいやすい。ただこの前ね、
But we'll see. Mizuha, you know, a wild sort of player. We've seen him have some of these really weird ideations in terms of like how to approach a neutral, spiral arrows at the proper distances and sometimes not. Make you really rethink of how you're moving around. Raw sweeps too as well at areas where you think it would work. You know, where crouching knee kick might work out better. Takes you off guard. It makes you really rethink how you're gonna have to deal with this cat. And how he jumps in and what he jumps in with is so different. The timing, the rhythm, very difficult. I feel like though, even though the matchup pick maybe would have been better spent later on, he's still, I think, good against Ryukichi to shake kind of that confidence that Ryukichi has. Because, you know, we know that Ryukichi kind of has a confidence issue. You go to stream, he talks about it all the time. He's gotten better. We've seen him be better. But I feel like Mizuha, the way he plays, will just shake you to your core if you're not used to how he plays.
Yeah. You know, funny enough, I agree with that. That type of description for both players. I think Ryukichi is the exact same way, right? But this, I feel like this type of playstyle from both ends, more often than not, I feel like it leads to Ken's favor, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out either way. I'm actually very curious to see how Mizuha is going to approach Ryukichi with how difficult it is to open him up. But Mizuha stepping up to the challenge specifically for this reason. I think it's because he wants to get more of that Ken matchup. We were looking at the matchup from last week, taking a look at it. Mizuha actually fell against Tokido. Although it was 2-0, it was still relatively close, I think. If my memory serves me correctly, I could be like off my rocker on that one, but he wants to improve on the Ken matchup specifically, so I'd imagine that's exactly why he's coming up against Ryukichi today.
Ryukichi himself says he was expecting this order, which is again strange. I didn't really expect this order myself, but he was, and he says this matchup is going to be a good game. So I think you're right. I think it's going to be fun to see if Ryukichi can get what he wants off. Same with Mizuha. For Ryukichi, it's these wild moments where he's able to find these like minute technical punishes that we know him for. I feel like out of the Ken players out there, it's like him and Angry Bird that have the most technical situational punishes for every moment, every opportunity. And for Mizuha, it's like, will he shake you to your core? Will he go for these wild moments where he goes for a sweep or a spiral arrow where you don't expect? You're like, why would you do that? And while you're thinking about that, he runs over you with solid gameplay right behind it. That mix-up is really difficult to deal with. We'll see. First to two is all you get, though. We'll counter a combo. That loud and medium. What are you doing?
Man, that was a lot of quarter carry too. Gets him dash up twice before he falls on his knees. And still manages to get very good damage off of that as well. Standing like it just creates some space too into the drive rush. But what a whiff punish. We saw crouching heavy punch swinging for the skies from Ryukichi, looking like a Yankee swinging at that final final strikeout. Jesus. Too soon, I know, but you know, couldn't help it. Nice call out against the dive kick.
Ready with it. You see that medium punch buffered right behind it too as well. Stop sign. Ken players do not like, and the stand light kick too as well. Let's see what he does with it though. Shahai will buffer like a Gen ride right after it. See if Ryukichi like that.
Perhaps. Yeah, look at the range that, or the space that Mizuha's playing at. As soon as he gets closer, then he becomes susceptible to the crouching medium punch. But Ryukichi already shown that off before I even got to go into the analysis portion of it. But the low medium kick exposure just within range. Ryukichi tried to walk back, thinking he was safe, holding onto the parry as well.
Tap parry in between. What's they doing though? Truncate's not looking so good. A nice stand medium kick, a heavy punch will definitely clear off a little bit of that bar. Or heavy kick. I forgot about how good that button is. -3. Welcome down. Interruption.
Wake up standing light kick at a slight delay. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, you can't throw a single fireball now. Oh, that could have been a pickup.
Well, you better finish your plate. One more touch. You chip it out. OD. Super, maybe. A sequence into super, but either way, burnout was bad. Mizuha.
Yeah, a little bit scary too. And that's hard to predict too, whether or not a Kami player is gonna just OD drill you from that close to that moment of time. You'd have to like preemptively be mashing. Nobody's gonna really like fault Ryukichi for that one.
Yeah. But overall, he's swinging for the fences, as you mentioned. He didn't drive impact. That cross was a little mistake right there previously. He's got the buttons. He just has to use them in the proper manner. In the meter management too as well. Mizuha will make you pay. You were in burnout.
Oh, that was a counter hit too. Ryukichi tried to contest the OD dive kick. Uh-oh. That was slick.
You'll take that. Bar's almost gone. With a buffer right after? Oh, you're dead. Shikujin Rai. Let it fly, get that W. Just go at the centimeter.
That is crazy. I thought he had to settle for a level 2. But nice work. Ryukichi, pinpoint precision and taking down Mizuha with a level 2. Very expensive, albeit still able to survive in the round. He'll totally take that. That was really well done.
So close to burnout also. Finishing an ODDP. No free hooligans. The toe tap is there. So after some of these dive kicks, you see like a tap parry. I wonder if there's a chance for like maybe like a heavy kick on like the punish counter, like on the recovery. That might be something Ryukichi can catch on to.
Oh, dive kick from above. He's eventually going to catch on crouching normal. Speaking of crouching, the exclusive stuff is the punish counter fierce rings out against Mizuha. No, weak up with a back throw. Also catches the parry with a throw. Back-to-back throws. Could go for another, please. Oh, and he was baiting. He was actually waiting for it. The final one does get tagged. That was such a late fierce. Holy.
One more touch. On tap parry, drive reversal. Oh, you're in burnout. This is bad. All it takes is one drill. And I think he tried to react to whatever was in the bushes, but the DP was there as the rebuttal on his set point. Mizuha, again, we talked about it. Mizuha will make you play uncomfortable. You saw him buffering for an anti-air. Have to settle for the OD DP on wake up though. Drive rush, back throw, tumbleweed.
Ah, he couldn't get the cross cut. There's 2 critical errors on the uppercut already. Ryukichi, this is looking pretty grim. With a life lead, Mizuha also has access to the corner. Okay, that's though. It's time for Ryukichi to kind of get that rebuttal if you're impatient. Oh, that's a missed dive kick. You're dead.
King to the grave. Rabah. All because of a mistake. We're talking about the mistakes that Ryukichi was making. All it took was one big one for Mizuha to get it done here. Ryukichi taking that and kind of, yeah, someone makes a mistake. That's one thing. But for a player to be able to pick it up and run with it, that takes a lot of work. Well, game to game right now is who can stay solid and sturdy right now. Because who's going to be taking it? Taking the throw. Oh, back that's perfect parries there and the punish right after.
Jesus, this is right down in the corner. He got clipped though. Ryukichi keeping him in check at least with the level 1. Besides with up until this point, what a parry. From 3-4 to the screen, you anticipated that? What a beast.
Hits, counter hit, that's gonna be it. Mizuha did not like how that previous round went down. Way more aggressive right off the rip. That perfect parry taking the momentum right back in his hands. He only needs one more to land himself 10 points. I think it's to 30. The DP finally there for the anti-air choice. I get it. It's hard against Cammy.
There's
the cross get DP.
The rest of it? Yes, sir. Doesn't even need to, excuse me. The Dragon Punch was more than enough. We're gonna have final game, final round for both.
Okay. You saw answer back against that crouching medium punch. This is the crouching medium kick of his. Back throw though, lands him up in the corner, so a kick can really work. Drop kick hits, gonna be able to get the spiral arrow for the Oki. No back throw, just backs off. Drive rush, the fake out, counter hitting the no button though. Mizuwa could have had more corner carry, more Oki, and more advantage. Didn't commit. Punish, yeah, too close for comfort right there on the toe tap.
Mizuwa just waits and stares him down right in front of him. Perfect parry, good way to start off too. He's gonna spin him down. Interestingly enough, you're gonna be refreshing your drive gauge, doing a ton of damage on the way through to even it out. Just a matter of whether or not he can score the burnout. This is everything. Mizuwa also in a one-touch position. He only needs one cancel too. So this could be tough for Yukichi. Playing a little bit passive as he should. Very scary fireball to throw out too. Both drive gauges are about to be replenished. It comes down to a single hit on both ends.
Trade. Mizuwa with a perfect parry, the punish right after. Double three not even necessary. We talked about how ready he is at any point in the screen to turn blue.
Damn.
ラッシュ中はしらしキャンセルラッシュで勝負しに行くっていうのもかなり強めの展開であったと思うんですけど、そこを、ラッシュ投げっていうのがね、やっぱり特にキャミーみたいに通常技が非常に判定が強くてラッシュ止めやすいキャラにはラッシュ投げの選択ってすごい難しいんで、逆にそのキャミの強みを生かしてのジャストパリっていう感じですね。
Very great game. I like the offense. We talk a lot about his offense, but his defense is really good, which I don't get to typically see. I don't get to typically see his defense really be explored, you know, and going to the perfect parries at the proper moments, which did happen for Ryukichi, but not enough, not too often. There were some good moments, obviously, see right here, the bar build-up at the last second and capitalizing on the mistakes that Mizuwa had made. However, it was not enough. Again, the perfect parries were the tide turners. If offense is going to be important, defense is going to be the determiner. It determines right now that we have a final anchor match. And as mentioned, not having a Cammy for an Akuma, for a Ken, is kind of wild. I feel like Mizuwa could have been spent right here. But we'll see. I think, as Vish had mentioned previously, I think Mago would be a fine choice.
Looking at it right now, let me see if I'm back and not in the void. Okay, cool, my bad. I was about to say, like, it's really impressive to see, like, how often Ryukichi went for that exact strategy of, like, drive rush forward into low medium kick, and it still got blown up. Like, I can't fault anybody for doing that, because I think that's a fair thing to do. Like, you are reaching, like, mad far, and you get a big conversion out of that for last hit, for kill. Like, nobody could fault Ryukichi for that, but Mago, yeah. What in the world is wrong with this guy? He was about to say Chun-Li. He was definitely going to say Chun-Li. What is wrong with you, man? Hello? He couldn't even keep it together. This is why it's September Mago and not the rest of the year.
True, but at least he didn't say Mago Terry and get our hopes up to not see that character. So I appreciate him not going that far. He's sticking with the jury, the character that it doesn't matter the matchup. He's still been able to cook. We saw him with Keto, many other players, and run with this character no matter what. And I like it. I like that he is stuck with this character no matter what. This character's fine. I don't care what German players say. It's really good. This is going to be a hard matchup, though, because the fireballs kind of keep her out and disallow her from stocking up like she'd like to. And I think his normal's really good for Fierce Stand Fierce, really good too as well. Proper distance where she'd like to go through. And Demon Flip at awkward angles will make her DP whiff, even though it's really good at covering a lot of ranges. There's a certain dead spot where you can kind of Demon Flip over and kind of bait that out, so she has to be very careful.
Yeah, and you don't even have to go for like a dive kick, right? Like Demon right over into like the guillotine, as long as it's directly over her because of her weird arc upon launch. It could be a little bit problematic. We've seen that even outside of Street Fighter League. We've seen that even like in regular ranked games. It's really, really deceptive too. But it's something that I think Mago has been kind of attentive to. I think I've seen him intercept air to air a handful of times, especially with like last week's games too. But we'll see how it plays out this time. The TS has been showing a lot of slow but steady improvement over the last couple of weeks, being that guy. Also enough to gain the trust of the captain to be put in the Taisho spot.
なんで対象に来るのか、だから
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like, you see him more in the captain spot than you see the captain, right? Like, you don't typically see Sako out here in the anchor position, and I get it. I think he's more of like a strategist these days, training the players and getting them ready, prepared for these moments. And it, I guess, I mean, it worked for Ryusei. Maybe not so much for the likes of Rikichi. He's got to get there to, you know, equalize some things. Some of that was also his reason why playing very hot on defense. But Mago having to go up against the likes of TS, you know, TS, as you mentioned, getting better and better, but both the Ken and the Akuma has really been showing out. There was a moment where we talked about it. TS kind of gave that up to his team, even though it's close to being too late, probably too late for the season just in general, to show, hey, we can be out here. We are, you know, there's a reason why we're out here, why we have the pedigree that we have. We do have the potential. We just have to be put in the right areas, and we have to have those moments that are given to us. Now for the interview, TS says, I knew he would come. I will do my best. Mago says, I knew he would expect me, and I was surprised he still came to the anchor spot, even though he was expecting me. Hey, Mago, relax.
That's so weird, man. Like, I mean, I don't even know like how else he could try to like counter that. It's just, I feel like he's just trolling at this point, because it's always up to like the home team to kind of like make that happen, to like put themselves in that position in the first place. If he loses, he is 100% responsible. Mago-san, I should say. If he ends up losing, that is all his fault, because he put himself there.
I volunteer as tribute. Okay, bro. Well, you're volunteering to go up against a very good Akuma, very technical Akuma, that if he hits you, it's going to hurt. Don't let it happen to you. 2D God versus DJ Tiesto. Let's go for the final match. The first match. Should be more of the whip punish. He had it too. Stand light kick. Now, get another drop. Maybe go for the target combo instead. Crouching medium punch just not reaching enough.
Yeah. What a connection with that heavy. Yeah, and Mago kind of has to stabilize this, right? Like, most of the time you look at what Akuma can do in the neutral, how it's kind of intimidating. But Mago, I feel like he seems to have it pretty put together, and that Demon Raid does get clipped with the anti-air, and I love that too. As you establish, this is such a veteran move too. You establish the ground game for so long, then you throw in the jump every so often while the mental stack is high to get the big opener. Really, really smart choice from Mago.
Even reassessing where he's like standing so that those demon raids don't become problematic. As you mentioned before, it's an issue for her, and he's well aware. Oh, not well aware what happened to that patch note, because that crouch medium kick easily more whip punishable. You see it now. That level 2 Empyrean's in. Pick up with the back heavy kick, sweep, hard knockdown, deep with the jump fears, same jump setup, harassing that drive cage with the flip out. Ooh, Mago. And we get some distance with that pinwheel. Chance at life. Builds up the level 3, can cut to a fireball if he wants to.
It's still one touch. Oh, that was so deceptive. That was the light kick Demon Raid into what I think was maybe the medium or the heavy. That was actually a very rough spot to even try to call out.
Crushing when you kick, the confidence here from Mago. Stops up the Huajin. Up in the corners where you want to be. You have the stand fierce, the medium punch. Real sticky with it, with the plus frames up in the corner. You'll take that trade. Again, walking back, knowing how difficult it is to deal with the Demon Raid.
How do we find ourselves in this position again? That low forward, one more cancel. That's all to roll. Level 3 incoming from Mago. There's so much of a threat from Mago's neutral. It's absolutely insane. But TS2, multiple times in the last 2 rounds, just put him towards the corner, has to make a drastic decision, low on life, has to move forward. That's actually kind of rough. Like, trying to out-footsie someone like Mago has been not the play.
Yeah. On paper, you would use like OD Fireball. He had the 4 Fierce and Stand Fierce. He had someone was given to him where he found the whip punish, but not the proper button right after. And sometimes you see like a Kuma players if they're like at the edge of like a whip punish, like a stand pierce or a stand light kick, they'll go for something simple like an OD fireball for like a knockdown, like double dash up to gain some ground or some Oki too as well. That didn't really happen. Like he went for different buttons that just didn't really equate to anything. And Mago, he's the type that you gotta run over, bro. You cannot let him get that momentum because he'll run over. He'll run over you, and it'll be the September month, the entire month, no matter what month it is. You cannot let this guy get in your head, get that aggression going. And again, in the corner, she's really good. She has a stand medium punch that sticks to you. That mid-screen, it's okay. It's plus. But in the corner, she can just harass you continuously, knock away your drive gauge. She's got the stand fierce, dodging fireball, the DP that can keep you in the corner, jail you in there. And then, of course, the foot dive as well. All things that add up to her having pretty damn good corner pressure.
Yeah, her having access to like triple medium threat is always going to be problematic too. It tempts you for the first, like, so sending medium punch to another medium punch is going to be like a frame trap in itself, right? Too. The third medium that comes could be like a little bit delayed a counter poke, or it could be a low forward, low medium kick that could catch the walk back too. So you'll always be in threat of a normal between like, I want to say distance position 1 to like 1.5. It's gonna be I don't know if that was actually necessarily the case though. I don't think that was necessarily the reason why like TS actually kind of faltered, but we'll see how it plays out in regards to like what the spacing is going to be like from TS, whether or not he can keep himself out of the corner, whether or not he's going to do anything with maybe the demon rapes more often, and if he's willing to throw out further normals outside of forward medium kick too.
I feel like you're right with the demon raids, like especially adding in the dive kick in there, because the guillotine has been walked back a little bit, but adding that variance with demon raid, and also maybe establishing with air fireball too as well. Once you get a little bit more of that ground game and the demon raid, built a little bit more. Fireballs aren't as strong as they were last season, or at least last patch, I should say. But I agree. I think you have to kind of establish more of that aerial game where problematic and really make him rethink of where he's at on the ground, make him kind of walk himself a little bit back. If he tries to dash up, you have those stop sign buttons. You have the stand fierce, the forward fierce. If you're close enough to crouch medium kick, the medium punch buttons, the fast fireballs like the heavy fireball of Kuma. You have the tools. Put them together. As I say that he tries to try push forward, he's too ready. Forward medium punch. Mago slaps him away. Oh, both whiffing in the night, but some recovery here first. DJ.
Damn, he walked up crazy too. What a way to evade the throw. Jeez, Mago, what a read. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to see more of. TS could expose that weakness from Mago if he so chooses. And you can also bait out the DP really well if you decide to just fast fall.
That's true. Operations light one. With a perfect parry, trying to stay on business. Walk this character to the corner. The dash up and check the challenge. Stand light kick, a lot more reward. This is what you want to see. Empty, yeah, let's get that throw. Call it defensive measures, but as soon as I say that, Mago lets the ODDP rip. He's in his bag. He's in his bag.
This guy shows no fear. Okay, so he is going to be ready for that demon raid. Exactly as we had talked about. Mago was going to go for the anti-air. He does go for the uppercut and finds it. A little bit of a delay on the standing medium punch for the counter hit. The frame kill too, if he gets into level 2 off of the hit, it's going to be more than over. TS needs to fight for his life out of the corner too, knocking on the door a little bit. No response from Mago. He is playing passively as he should. He has the life lead.
He's like, cool, you're giving me drive gauge. You're filling up my gas tank. I'll take this. Even if he's not, he's slowly building himself up to level 2 scenario or level 3 if he needs it. Cut through a fireball. Stay fierce to the fireball. I like that. Safer option at that tip. The edge of the ankle for the crouching medium kick. Finds success. The walk up again from Mago. He's so good about just being in your face at the proper timings, the dash ups. And even if he gets checked with, like, you saw that stand light kick do work. He's not afraid. He already has the momentum in his hands. He already feels like he is in your head. He's like, I'll take some of these hits if I can finish you off a little bit later on. Like, I'm not taking anything off the table. And then he starts adding things on the table as he sees what you do. As you mentioned, the dive kicks. He saw that, and then the second time, he DP'd it. So, again, the tools are there. The rotation now has to be, he has to rotate a lot more and a lot quicker so that Mago can't acclimate to anything that he sees. Okay, well, there's going to be a Demon Ray. I'm ready for that. It has to be something a little bit quicker. Maybe OD Fireball. Maybe even, I'm gonna have to say it, Teleport. Put that in there every so often a little bit too as well. If you see a lot of dash ups and things like that, or tap parries, maybe put that command grab in there. I know a lot of players are ready for that, but you need to add a lot more mental sack on Mago. You cannot let this guy get comfortable, because he is going to cook you. And that's what's happening right now. Mago's looking to go up just a 3-0 streak right now, and it's looking a little bit on the free side.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that one too, that last statement especially. You don't want to go out in this fashion against this team, against the run back, like for the run back. At least it's already spelled out a different kind of a different kind of conclusion, right? In their first engagement, seeing that 40 bomb in favor of VARREL, that's no longer on the table. This is TS's moment to find redemption for the team to at least score 30 points.
Sticking with the Akuma.
Oh no! Hey, both errors on both sides. We'll take it.
Not that distance. He's too ready. If he's standing still right there and only moving back and forth a little bit, inch by inch, he's waiting for that die kick to come through. Now the jump medium, he gets the follow-up right after because he's caught up in the corner. Drive impact, no. Level 1 will deny that, but that's bar gone off the table. And again, Mago will take these hits to hurt you harder with a drive impact. This time, he gets what he wants. Set point here for Mago.
This is looking so grim. TS feels like he's been outclassed majority of the set. I couldn't even tell you what exactly could go right in his favor, like what he could do to kind of change it up, because Mago has been cleaning it up. Every bit of interaction that went against Mago has been cleaned up the next couple of games, next couple of rounds actually. It was that fast.
Combo just has him up in the corner. But again, the buffer crush, I'm gonna kick him through Hodge and the walk back. OTS. Counter it combo. Oh, you better dump out that level 2. Put that Empyrean's in. Oh, well, you might even need it. Level 1's enough. My bad. TS, when he hits you, he can hurt. Finally, he finds success. More of these target combos, more of what you need from Akuma up in the corner. Stay the offset point. Signs of life possibly. No sweep right after that punish counter though. Walk up throw on the tap parry.
Too far. Still gets him another throw too. This is the first time Mago has been put into the corner. And it didn't last long. I gotta say, that's a record-breaking escape from anybody here. Oh boy. That could have been dastardly too.
Mago's got a low amount of drive gauge. Again, that super could come into play. Raw overhead counter hit combo, DP ender. This is why we see a little more pensiveness of TS to throw out those fireballs. Because that level 3 is on the deck. Mago doesn't have to overextend now. Perfect parry, OD fireball. Now we drive rush overhead also for a medium punch. Caught the walk back with the medium. You better dump out that level 3 for the victory. Adamant flame into the sip of calamity. Big gulp, big reward. Finally, TS finds the reward that he needs off these hits. More consistently. Hard fought though.
Force feeding the sip of calamity off of the adamant fist. That's just wrong. TS getting a game on the board off of a pretty significant hit, a significant opening, as he should. The power of Akuma, right? Getting a single opener that leads into massive damage or corner carry. Two back-to-back big moments from Mago. And now it's his turn in the corner. And escaping is TS with the OD uppercut, showing he's not afraid, but still trying to go for the Demon Raid right up in his grill, not in the right angles. All he has to do is burn you out, brother. Mago looking at match point again.
Walks in with the Renko kicks. Nice and confident. Level 1 ender. Huge lead here from Mago. And has him right where he wants him. This is where TS has been faltering. We saw last round, at least he was able to land the counter push. This time the ODDP sweep and double dash up. This time, target combo into fireball. Stocks him with Kuajin in between the string. Perfect parry. Dang! Mago parried all that. Backs up, finds a whip punch with the stab fears. Level 2. Engine activated.
Look at the damage! You get to set up for a double overhead if you wanted to. No, he dropped it. Oh. This is actually doable. This is highly doable for TS. You can get
touched
into that. Oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's not. He had the overhead. All he had to do was link it. That was overhead off of the drive rush. Even Mago, hands to his mouth, was in shock. That was literally it. That was literally it to save himself.
最後はちょっと痛いミスでしたね。
It hurts.
Overhead stand, medium kick, adamant fist, I believe. In a level 3 would have been significant enough, right? I feel. I don't know what the Tatsu was.
I don't know. Well, I mean, he missed. It's not even the Tatsu's fault. He missed the normal before that.
Oh, yeah. The overhead stand, medium kick.
100機は効いていて。
I'm still cool with the adamant fist. Either way, he had the combo. But that's been the story that I feel like, at least part of the story of this match, is that he's had opportunities and he has dropped them. Later in these games, he has significantly brought that back. But when he gets panicky, it's dropping simple things or simple spacings to not lead him to success. Overhead, stand medium kick. Oh, the timing wasn't there.
Yeah, it was just dropped on his part. He didn't time the medium kick correctly. You are +7 because overhead's going to be like, what, +3 on hit, if I'm not mistaken? So him doing that in drive rush, he had time to link standing medium kick. He just took a frame too late, a frame too many.
To be fair though, if I'm being so real, I don't think it would have went that different. I think it would have went to like final round for that, and then I would have taken it. But would at least afforded him a chance in some more, like at least a second win. But just the way that Mago's playing so dominantly and so confidently, when he's able to scrap with you and take some of these hits, he's like, I'll take your ODDP because you don't have any bar. I'll take your level 1. You don't have any bar left. I can just kill you right after. Those are moments where it's like Mago's like, I'm willing to take these hits to get my lick in and to get my win. So Mago would have dominated regardless. But either way, VARREL walks away with the victory. Slightly different ending than what we had last time. Last time it was 40-0. Production got it right. They said 30-10 for VARREL. But you know, a little better, but still just some drops on some very wild moments. Even in the match with Mizuha and Ryukichi, it felt like the switch up in terms of like the defense. They're both playing offensive. They both were at the same level right there, but just that slight jump up in defense there from Mizuha at the proper times was just enough to run it back in his hands. Just those moments were enough, and it felt at least closer than what it was last time. Last time was a complete wash. We'll keep it above. It was a complete wash, except for the Mago and Ryukichi match. Complete wash. This time, a lot more confident, a lot more competition, but man, it sucks to see them like this, you know?
It was rough. I think there were 2 big moments, maybe like 2.5. But the random DB that had come out from Ryukichi caused for a lot of big damage on the side of Mizuha to get him that momentum. That was actually a very, very lucky moment for Mizuha. That wasn't even something that was like, so you could see say it was against Ryukichi. I don't even know what the error was. And I would love to hear about it, but I don't think we get that type of interview. Secondly, his angles for crosscut DP didn't come out. Right, he had gotten a couple of whiffs on some of his crosscut DPs that he's so well known for. And that also stacks up a lot of damage. He can deal out a lot of damage with the drive rush forward punish counter and also puts you back into the corner. So I think those 2, and there was like another instance that happened too where it was just a slightly missed input too on another one. Those 3 instances, I feel like opened up the games for Mizuha, the games that he had won. So as it went down 2-1, I still think Ryukichi in a different scenario, had he not had those errors, I think it would have been maybe in his favor. We could have possibly seen a different outcome. With the other 2 players, right? Yusei played out of his mind. I think he played extremely well. Ryukichi had some really unorthodox and really uncommon drops or execution errors. And then TS, he choked. There's no other way to put it. He choked towards the end.
一定のなんか答えにはたどり着いた
Unfortunately, it would be like that, especially in the anchor position where there's a lot of weight. All your teams to get as many points as possible, and you're fighting someone like Mago who can help make you choke. I mean, honestly, the guy is just oppressive, and he's willing to scrap with you. Like, oh, yeah, with the level 1, you're still dashing in. It makes sense because you're in burnout, but like, he won't stop. He's like the Terminator. So, let's get to the interviews. Moke says, today I was in the reserve, but the teammates were so confident, I just had to relax and cheer for them. The Koku says, I was pretty confident against playing JP, but unfortunately I lost. I was apologizing until the second game had started, but it was great that we were able to win. So even he had recognized, like, hey, this JP was something different. But I like that from you, I hope he keeps that in the World Warriors and the CPTs, and even out here for the remainder of these matches. If this is the character that you love, like Urian, no matter how weak or strong he is, roll with him. Even if Bison is stronger, roll with this character, right? Mizua says, I was relieved that I was able to win against Ken this week. The training really paid off. Even though I feel like it was more, as you mentioned, Ryusei making these mistakes. There were some good perfect parries though from Mizua, so I'm giving him credit on his defense. Lastly, Mago says, I was really stable today. Really confident against Akuma. I proved that Akumas should not come to play against me. I played with TS before in an exhibition match, and he wasn't winning as much.
I mean, he could have won there. That was it.
That's true.
He 100% could have got the W.
はい、ありがとうございます。そしてですね、こちら対象戦で見事勝利しました孫選手にはこの後マッチレビュー用のインタビューがございますので、そちらの方もよろしくお願いいたします。この模様はカプコン e スポーツ公式ホームページのマッチレビューにて公開の方されますので、そちらもチェックしてみてください。ということでインタビューは以上となります。バレルの皆さん、
It's wild because you see some of these players rise to the
実践の
occasion
方頑張ってください。
in terms like the CPTs or like, you know, whatever tournaments that are out there with stacked players, but this team-based format puts a different sort of stress on you. You have people relying upon you. You have people that are gunning for you in the tournament. They're like, oh, I knew he was coming up, so I prepared for him, his character, in a different sort of manner. So like, it's a different sort of weight. So these chokes that you mentioned don't typically happen for Ryusei, Ryukichi, that don't typically happen for TS sometimes, are happening here for a different reason. That's just like the weight of Street Fighter League and why it's so different. Why you see these players, they may be even better this weekend because it's a singles. They're like, oh, I don't got to worry about myself, disappoint myself. It's way, way different. So Mago, to take everything off though, says we still have a chance at moving on to the playoffs. We'll do our best in the upcoming games as well.
Yeah, again, still within the running of playoff contention, getting 155 points to their name. Pretty excited to see it, man. They have that chance to move on, and they're going to be looking forward to the rest of their games. They only have 2 more weeks, as is everybody else. All right, at least for Belc Favo Gaming and VARREL, they only have 2 weeks left. Belc Favo Gaming with 10 additional points, looking at 80. With, I want to say, at most, they can accumulate 160 points. So it's very much so safe to assume that they are fully cooked and out of the running in the playoffs. VARREL, they gotta make it count. The next 2 weeks with guys like CAG OSAKA, Hiroshima Team Ikuza, and Crazy Raccoon ahead of them. I think it's gonna be a very, very difficult ask. But who knows, man? We've seen some big surprises happen in previous seasons. We've seen people shoot up from the very bottom and make it into the playoffs. This could be the case, and it's not even like a really, really big gap, right? So a lot to keep in mind now in the realm of the runnings, but also in the realm of Street Fighter in a different type of scenario with the mobile gaming atmosphere. Street Fighter Duel has been a game that's been out for the last couple of, I want to say like, they're doing their 2nd anniversary run. So they've been doing a great job of including even characters in Street Fighter 6. They've been doing a great job of doing different collabs with so many different other lores and stories and IPs. They had done like a Ninja Turtle collab too, which was really, really sick. So difficult to get all 4 of them powered up because you have to do like 4 different events. But again, Street Fighter Duel currently out now along with the original soundtrack of Year 1 for Street Fighter 6. You scan any of the QR codes. I'd imagine if you're here in the States and you were watching at this hour, I think the middle QR code is your best bet for Amazon.
Hey, listen, I've warmed up to the soundtrack a lot. I think the soundtrack is good. I have it on my playlist on Spotify. I think the character stages are really good, but the newer songs with the DLC characters are banging. And so are these shirts, too, as well. Again, if there's any way we can get them, Capcom, hook us up. I'd love to have one. If I have to travel to Japan, so be it to get it, because these look super sick. As you mentioned, the quality is super fine, and they represent Street Fighter League. So it's cool to see that there's like great material on these shirts that are advertising the league out here. Also, I'd like to see it for the US and EU. Like to see if if any of those areas have any like fan art that is taken to like the next level, or just official art, I should say, taken to like the next level to support the scenes. It'd be great to see. So it's cool to see all the cool different merch that's out there. Street Fighter League Japan is doing it big. I'm assuming EU and US will start to. Maybe we'll get a shirt with Noah and some of his famous sayings on there, whatever is able to be put on a shirt without being bleeped off. I don't know. But it'd be great to see some cool stuff from the US and EU side of things too as well.
And one thing to take into consideration, again, Street Fighter 6 being released about maybe like a year and some change ago, being nominated Esports Game of the Year was a pretty big deal, as well as Street Fighter League being the esports competition of the year. We're hoping that we could probably do that again for this year, I'd imagine. So they're going to be in contention for the best amongst the other esports categories and the other esports games going on too, or at the Japan Esports Awards, which kind of sprung upon me. I didn't know it was that time again. But
yeah, really.
Another thing to consider, man, it's been so wild to see the development thus far for Street Fighter 6, both in-game for the characters, for the community base, and also for the professional aspect of it all too. It's been a really wild ride, but not even just there, but also in our matches. We have Crazy Raccoon versus Hiroshima Team Pikas are coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere when we come back. We got more of that active here for Street Fighter League Pro-Japan.
皆様の清き一票お待ちしております。よろしくお願いします。
この手の賞ね、解説の人全然選ばれないから、いやちょっとね、
まあ
嬉しい。
まあまあ、そうだよね。なんかまあね、皆さんのそのこのね票がっていうところがメインなんでしょ、これって。
まあそうですね。
そうだから
ありがとうございます。
大丈夫ですよ。入っていきますよ。我々もね、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、そして選手たちね、まずは選手たち、よろしくお願いします。
選手のね人たちこうぜひ投票してください。
1月15日までということで、お間違いないようによろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
お知らせは以上となります。この後は試合準備のため休憩に入らせていただきます。休憩の後、マッチ2、クレイジーラクーン対広島チームイクサの模様をお届けしてまいります。再開は約10分後の20時12分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
はいはいはい。
安い安い安い安い。相手もちょっとビビってるだんだん。あ、
勝ってね。
待ってね。
勝つの大事でインパクトインパクトインパクトインパクト。
うますぎ。負けるのやめてねではあった。
これもう沖縄で毎回行っちゃっていいから、もうなんか変な呼びになってるわ。
いや、行っちゃってもいいと思うよ。もう食らってもいい。あとあれね、絶唱見て遅めに大ダッシュ。
ああ、オッケーオッケーオッケー。
はい。はい。
おい。
うまい。
それだよそれ。
はいはい
ありがとうございました。ありがとうみんな今日。
全部重ねるって言ってたのに、風の子さ唯一重ねてない時で格闘できてる。これが才能だ。格ゲーの才能だ。
ゲージをどう運用するか。そうですね。ただ風の子がもうこれ。
神業神業神業。 お見事。
いやもう
最高。
マジ持ってかれなくてよかった
いや
流れ
ー最初怪しかったけど、まあまあまあ。
Time for more Street Fighter League action here on the official race streams. Crazy Raccoon going up against Hiroshima Team Itsuka. My name is Seikola. I'm doing Vicious. Let's start with our away team. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon, who's been absolutely crazy in the rankings. Starting off with the judge, the jury, the executioner, Papa Bonch, and so let him land those combos with the Akuma, as he has been cooking with that character, progenitor of the stand light kick. Get into him a little bit later on, because right now it's the one loved back by all fighting games. Yeah, I put the all in there. It's Kazunoko coming for the skies with that scammy cami. I do mean scammy. That's going to be the Ashura Shuto. Congratulations to his CPT qualification out here causing chaos in the streets of Street Fighter League Japan. Now, last but not least, going to be the Wind Devil, the one that made the pact with the Right Devil, Gugura, doing damage with that Bison. This team now, I do believe they are in the second place position currently. Would like to keep above Hiroshima Team Itsuka. Yes.
Damn, look at the lighting on Gogura. She is truly in devil mode. That's actually kind of wild. But the team that is currently tied with them, although be it in third place due to the game differentials, this is going to be a pretty significant deal, right, going into it. The brand new revamped roster of Hiroshima Team Ikusa has been the talk of a lot of people right as we started Street Fighter League Japan, and for very good reason. Have you seen this lineup? Just in case you haven't, here's our full introduction. Hiroshima Team Ikusa kicking things off with the heavenly wind that is Hibiki, who has been running amok with that Lily, actually, these last couple of days, even going further beyond legend status, too. Followed by the Neon Genesis, not Evangelion, it is Hikaru instead, with the expert Aki, master level and legendary too. Followed by the fighting spirit, that is Jazzy, who's been taking a liking to Akuma a lot as of late too. He's been streaming pretty late, along with the magician looking to make your life bar melt with Blanca. It is Aqua as the captain. So the way things had happened prior in their encounter in week number 3, Hiroshima Team Ikusa versus Crazy Raccoon. The reason why Crazy Raccoon is winning in the tiebreaker for the current stats is because they had taken them down 25-20, down to the wire. That's actually crazy. The one who did it to him, the one who put the stake in the heart, was Dogura, taking it down over Lily 3-0, and then Kazunoko causing further damage with 5 points. But we see both those candidates here, and guess who's in the anchor spot, as it should be? Shuto, after his amazing run over in the Super Premiere in Singapore, looking to do even more so in the anchor position.
It is wild to see him go for the anchor because I feel like Hibiki is so well versed in that matchup. It makes me think that Willie does really good. And he, again, Hibiki calls himself the Akuma killer. You know, he loves eating Akumas up. He's been doing that the entire league. But again, Shuto's a different breed, bro. When it comes to playing this character, piloting the character, he's definitely different. Especially having that weight of qualification lifted off his shoulders. I feel like having an anchor, even if it's a bad matchup, might be just fine. It's going to be Hikaru right off the rip. I thought it'd be Jazzy, Hikaru, Hibiki to go up in terms of like the team matchups with Manon.
What in the world is this? This is crazy. So, I didn't think he would bring it out specifically for Kazunoko, but he's been playing. We actually talked about this before on Street Fighter League in previous weeks. Hikaru has been sharpening up this Manon for quite some time. But I felt like this character was more so towards the Akuma matchup. I didn't think it would be towards Cammy.
Yeah. Every time I talk to him, it's been for that character. And I don't know if Manon is that much. I mean, she obviously is going to be better than playing Aki in this matchup. Aki, she goes for a good anti-air. She gets a little bit of damage, maybe some poison if she hasn't applied. That's great for her. But the risk and reward is way in favor of Cammy. That alone hurts that matchup so much. It's one of Aki's worst matchups. But when you come over to Manon, it's not drastically better. It's better, but it's not drastically better. Like your footsie game is going to be a little better. But if you try to whip like a heavy kick, a dive kick, a jump in, I don't know, man. Why not just send out Jazzy? Jazzy's got the Akuma, at least go for the Akuma Cammy. That'll be a little bit more even of a pick right there. And then put Hikaru up in the next rung. But we'll see if he gets it done, though. I don't know.
Hell, why not even like Aqua's Bicycle? Sorry, Aqua's Blanca.
You know what? I would rather just see the, in that point, instead of Manon, go for, even though JP lose that matchup, I don't think it's that drastic. And that Crouch Fierce anti-air being better, why not just run that? That is a strange.
No, I think Bison would be better. Yeah, Blanca would be far better for that in comparison. I wouldn't ever want to play like JP against Cammy. I think Blanca would be a pretty solid choice from Aqua, because Aqua's been playing Blanca these last couple of weeks anyway, right?
Yeah, that's true. So why not? That's strange. But this team has been the underdog team, so it's hard to doubt their decision making. They have been great strategy. They've been good in character-to-character placement, and I'm assuming for right now for this player-to-player placement as well. I mean, last time Hikaru had beaten Bonchan, and Aqua beat Shudo, but then Dogre beat Hibiki, as you mentioned, forcing a tiebreaker to come through, and then Kazunoko came from the Raptors and took down Hikaru in that 1st-1. They were not expecting that neither. I wasn't really either, because that man was not even warmed up. But to see this Manon, I hope this is built up enough to take down someone like I just don't understand. Someone like Kazunoko? Like, you gonna be able to anti like that?
Who else would bring that type of threat? Who else would bring that type of energy, right? Going up against like Kazunoko, right? It would have to be someone like a Tachikawa, but Tachikawa's not even in this division. And that's what blows my mind. It's like, what kind of data did Hikaru have that allowed him to think maybe I should pick Manon in this matchup? I'm genuinely like concerned, but I'm also more curious. I want to see if it works out. Luckily enough for us, this is a reality. Kazunoko versus Hikaru, Cammy versus Manon.
He's built like that for the grappling lifestyle. Right side strong, already having 2 medals. She's got good buffer move almost. I think her anti-drive rush tools are great. It's just once the skies start getting commanded, it's going to be difficult. And someone like Kazunoko will go to that continuously. You can't whip out the heavy kick buttons and things like that like you'd like to. Like, that's a danger right there. Interrupts the crescent kick.
I always thought it was funny that Manon starts with like 2 medals. Or not starts with hold on. Let me hold that thought. Starting things off with like more medals to your name very early, I think that's just hilarious too, because it forces opponents to do some of the more stranger things. 4 medals in a round, by the way.
Oh.
Insane.
Wow. I'm baffled. He's picking shots right. Open the stand mediums when need be. ODDP, 4-star here for the side of Kazunoko. But as you mentioned, 4 medals, something that Kazunoko really has to work around even more so. And that means more of these combos to work out. Try to go for the drive rush back fierce. Another ODDP. That could have been another medal blocked out. That could have been 5. Two command grabs, you will not survive.
Oh, this is huge. The damage on that. Oh no! Man! You could do it again if you wanted to. This character's sick.
She actually, when she gets going on the phone, you stop feeling sorry for her. I almost said start feeling sorry for her, but all it takes is one command grab. Even the idea around it could be deadly too as well. Kazunoko's still unafraid. But as I said, he keeps his distance with a stand medium kick. In the proper range, you're gonna get like a jump heavy kick or a dive kick, the proper distance, because you misplaced that, leaving it difficult.
Yeah, I was gonna say with 2 bars here in aim, if Hikaru was buffering, it's much harder for Kazunoko to open up the gap with a dive from further ranges. That's why he went for a much closer OD dive kick, because Hikaru was already ready with the
You're right. Closing the distance to make sure it's tried and true. Still 5 medals now. OD crescent kick. So I do like her anti-air game. For like moments like this. Can't keep it up though.
Even the commentators are like, man, that's good damage on an anti-air. Oh, you're hella dead, right? Oh, you. I wonder if you could have gone for another sequence, another cancel perhaps, but I totally understand it. You wanted to dish out the damage, get rid of the bar, refresh some of your drive gauge. This makes a lot of sense. Hikaru taking the right spots for high statistical advantages. I like this.
On his favor. Hard air to jump. The dive kick does hit at that distance, mid-range. So walk back in defense there, trying to go for the sweep, the jump back, fierce is flush. What a read. This leads into burnout, or close to it at least. He hits the CA. What's next? No, that's burnout. What am I saying? Traverse stay fierce. Spin up over the quarter stand, right kick, threads the needle. Tried to poke out, but now it's getting put up in the corner and put down.
I think that was pretty neat too. That last interaction that Hikaru had on offense, doing a drive rush, an empty drive rush at that, to the very end.
ラッシュ壊しでちょっとこう触ってペチペチしながら相手のその固まり具合を見てジャックのマネージドレに行くっていうのがまあ割と本戦だったのかな。ただちょっとミスが出てしまったと思います。ただそこに対するカズノの対応というか反撃からの逆転プラン完璧でしたね。
In all honesty, Hikaru sold it well. He already went for that threat with drive rush into command grab, did a gang of damage. I think him doing that once more to possibly bank it on a hard read was a little unnecessary, but I understand where he was coming from to try to solidify.
I still feel like this pick is it. You know, I still feel like the matchup is that much in favor enough to warrant him going up, as we see right now. I feel like Kazunoko, once he gets that rhythm, it's hard to contest him what he wants to do. When he gets close up, as you mentioned, for like to close him in range, he can run that dive kick pressure like he'd like to, and he just has to get there. He doesn't feel like he's that threatened. What's there? Heavy kick stopping him from coming in? If he does a dash up command, like a dash up button, I should say, maybe that's there. Maybe a sweep, but that's hella risky. Like he doesn't feel that risky. He doesn't feel that risk trying to get into that mid range. He doesn't feel that anxiousness. He just gets in when he feels appropriate and comfortable. He takes away the drive gauges we saw after the super, and then gets the kill. As you saw, there was the counter hit. He tried to mash out. Hikaru tried to find something. Nothing came through. The counter hit, and that was it. And I'm so baffled by this. I mean, Hikaru said, I had difficulty winning against Cammy, so I wanted to get my confidence back against the character. I don't think this is the way, bro. I think you just have to listen. I gotta find another secondary that can actually cover instead of just looking for an anti-Akuma pick. Gotta find one that also deals with Cammy. I don't think this is it.
Perhaps. I mean, it came down to like one significantly big read from Kazunoko with the jump back. I don't think he did too poorly with it. But other things too. Hiroshima team Ikuza does have a couple of points, couple of games to kind of throw if need be, right? To get, you know, their players as sharp as possible with 170 points. But looking at it right now, Hikaru's doing a great job of staving off Kazunoko, at least airborne. I think Manon does a great job of intercepting some of the approaches more consistently because of her limbs and her options too. So, oh, just a raw jump out. I like that. I respect that a lot from Hikaru. Sit him down. The damage is there. Metal level 3. Enough.
Before we end the round, yeah. 4 medals. I gotta give him credit though. He has labbed up this character enough, excited this character enough to be able to land these medals continuously in a match, or felt comfortable enough to land the medals, I should say. That's the most important thing early in these matches. More for Kazunoko to have to consider.
Hikaru's been playing kind of like a touch and go style too. Even upon the Kazunoko blocking certain strings, as soon as he gets a hit, he'll backdash and reset to neutral. It finds him in this corner right now, but I do think Hikaru has a really great time forcing the opponent back from pressure.
Yeah, like not overwhelming them continuously. Like what Kazunoko would like to do, knocking over with those jabs and things like that. Yeah, you're right. Kazunoko's definitely backing off a little bit more than usual. All it takes though, one good confirm up in the corner. Equalize, backs up for the anti-air. That backup was clutch to be able to get the anti-air off. Drive rush, back fierce for the plus frames.
That was so active for the trade. Hikaru needs one touch. That's it, right there. Off of the medium, out footsying the sword normal. Kazunoko, mouth agape. He is just in awe of what just happened too, or that reaction. Nice work, tying it up 1-1. I'm liking this footsie game. I'm liking the counters against Kami's sword normals. Mano might be the grounded terror.
Prove me a liar. You got Hikaru. You know what? Maybe this is a good choice. I also like the way that he gets like early medals in these rounds, so he's able to play around that idea of having the command grabs. That's such a powerful element that makes Kazunoko back off a lot more. It's like, well, if you have 1 or 2 medals, all right, whatever. But once the medals start getting established in that first round, Kazunoko starts backing off even more so, and the other normals start keeping him out, checking, challenging him. And I do think that there's a hesitation of just the general ability of Hikaru to be able to perfect parry some of the strings of the lights that lead into a command grab, that lead into like 5 medals to totality or whatever, how many need be. That could lead to more success for the character, right? I feel like that's also why he's not like doing the knock on the door with the jabs, the stand light kick right after the crouching light kick that he usually does. He's worried about Hikaru's innate defensive tactics off a perfect parry to not get put in a bad position where she's closer to her weight condition. The normals keep him out, the crescent kick being able to keep out at the proper range with dive kick's not going to hit unless you're nice and close. You can't even get close because Hikaru will do that, as you mentioned, hit and run style. Dash up medium punch or light, or maybe a stand fierce to the neutral every so often, but not enough to get whip punished.
Yeah, and it's funny enough, you didn't really get to see perfect parry be as much of a factor in game number 2 in comparison to game number 1. Even in game number 1, you only had it like maybe like once or twice, but Hikaru just outplayed, I think, Kazunoko's pacing. And then towards the end, out footsied it. Just off of like the mediums. Also keeping it within like a distance where his mediums were going to reign much better than Kami's. Like, you're looking at the decision that Hikaru makes off of his drive gauge usage, right? He'll get some hits. He'll try to fish for a frame trap. He'll check you within like a throw distance of doing the strike or grab, and also checking the low at the same time with the crouching light kick or a crouching medium kick. Then immediately back off to reset it all again. His primary objective is to land a couple of hits, rejuvenate his drive gauge where need be, and land some big damage that leads into a command grab. So it's been really, really well thought together thus far from Hikaru. I want to see whether or not if Kazunoko is going to apply a little bit more pressure via like dive kicks if he can from closer ranges, but it's so difficult considering the unknown stature. Oh. A different look. Hikaru actually throwing in the overhead initially.
Early activity. Yeah, I like to see more like an establishment tool. Maybe like a stand medium kick to get to that point, but it might be hard to as well. Stand medium might clip that from the side of Manon. Reverse crouching light kick to try to open him up. Now he's starting to use some of that drive gauge to try to worm his way in. Once he gets nice and close to the walk speed. Perfect parry and the command grab right after.
Although he's in the corner, he still has the life lead pretty much tied up. Oh boy, that dive kick again. The aggression is being shown. Kazunoko does go in with a throw. drive rush forward afterwards too. Again, another throw layered in. Ready for the jump out this time?
Oh, it's Kazunoko that gets to play that hit and run game. Poking away with a stand medium kick. As I mentioned, you need like an establishment tool. If the other buttons aren't working out, not able to walk forward confidently, put a button out that's going to be able to poke and annoy the player. You thought you're going to get dog walk to the corner. This man's off the leash. The stand light kick. Able to get the drive rush right after it. It's Kazunoko taking a page out of Hikaru's book to get the W in only 2 medals this time. The medals aren't going to flow and it's not looking nearly as dangerous. Kazunoko will get a little more confident in the matchup.
Just as you mentioned, the command grab being shown off against Kazunoko. Slowly walking his way forward. And yeah, his objective, you already see it loud and clear. That roundhouse is taking chunks of that drive kick, but Hikaru's backing away now. Oh.
Just a tap parry. Stand fierce to the back fist. Level 3. Ooh, this is Red Delta Assault, and this is damage upon damage. You're up in the corner. Burn out. One more touch. You got super to your name. You able to bust out? Yeah, no. Kazunoko ain't fall into that, and that's going to be a wrap. Try to go for the empty jump command grab to see if he was going to dash up or do anything. Kazunoko already knew what was coming through. What could you really do, though? Maybe hit a super, maybe level 2 if you're lucky, level 1. It doesn't matter, bro. Kazunoko's not going to fall prey to that sort of thing.
I mean, he was looking for what could potentially chip him out, right? I think no matter what, I think that wasn't even like a bad look to do like a jump back into super to catch a lot of people off guard, but not Kazunoko, man. I think Kazunoko had already known. He doesn't have to be overzealous about it. He knows for sure how to just avoid that scenario altogether, just by backing away, right? If he's looking for chip, he's not going to force it off of that one exchange. He has so much life to give and almost a lot of space to work with, so he was just chilling either way. But I like the development of the set between the two. I think Hikaru's development of Manon is very promising. I want to see how far he takes it in the Super Premiere coming up this weekend. Whether or not Manon's going to be like a character that's going to be exercised for particular matchups in a live scenario, or at least an in-person scenario.
Back and forth is good. I like the same midi kick also implemented from the side of Kazunoko. He's like, well, I need a tool that can kind of stay in the same range as Manon without being super risky. Stand midi kick was the way to play, and able to get close enough to enact that dive kick style that you like to see, and also deny the metal statures that were coming through. That's also a cool thing from the side of Hikaru. He's like, this is my game plan. Land the medals early, make you panic. Didn't happen the last game, but hey, it's cool to see like a clear game plan for these players. 10 points here, Crazy Raccoon. Now, Dokura is up. I guess you send up Jazzy.
For Dokura?
はい、中堅はアクアの、ブランカクラシックできます。
Oh, Aqua.
Yeah, it's gonna be Aqua.
アクア
Hell
選手
no.
キャラクターはブランカ、操作タイプはクラシックとなりました。
I wouldn't want to put Bison
You want
against Jazzy's a cool. To be honest with you, I'd much rather give a different look with Blanca. But I think Dokura is also going to be ready for either one, right? But I think there's something about Dokura's Bison that just destroys the meta. Like, he is such a profound lab monster that I don't know if it's going to be enough for either Jazzy nor Aqua to manage for. But we'll see. I just really like the way that Dokura has developed his gameplay and his current style against a lot of the players out here too. We've seen how much of a different demeanor he'd shown off last week, getting his big W against Fenrich's Blanca. I think the reason why this pick was procured in this way was, I'd imagine Aqua and Fenrich do have a lot in common in regards to the character choices. Right, they both picked JP before. They're now both currently at Blanca. They also talked to Nemo-san about both of those characters and try to work a lot of the strategies around what needs to be done for the current meta. So I think with Fenrich being the test dummy initially, Aqua was like, all right, well, now that I have this data, maybe I could give a different look towards Dokura's Bison as Blanca. In comparison to someone like Jazzy, I think Jazzy just doesn't have the experience enough for someone like Dokura, with all due respect.
Okay.
But I'd much rather take my chances with Aqua
で
with all the data given from last week.
ブランカの起き上がりがまず
I guess that does make sense. Like you have the ability to see what someone did wrong and do things right. And Aqua is like I think more like an all-rounder when it comes to like Blanca. I think Fenrich is like a very fast-paced Blanca. We've seen him like fought Takedo and many other players, and sometimes that leads to his demise. I'd like to see like that switch up where you're able to like pair back if you need to and kind of reassess the neutral a little bit against Bryson, because he can kind of steamroll you in positions where someone like Dogra, it feels like he's psychic when he makes his reads, and he makes the most of it. You know, when you play a character that can two-touch you and find those moments and do a ton of damage off of, you know, a stand fierce or whatever, opening up a bomb, you don't want someone that already plays in a psychic way to open you up. So maybe being able to pair back, have a little more defense that's a little bit more manageable might be more helpful. You know, Fenrich is definitely a wild child, but Aqua could show that different look. I agree with you. Now I'm thinking about that, I agree. So we'll see though. Dogra, as you mentioned, very well acclimated to the meta of this game, to how to play Street Fighter 6, and just as a long-time player, he just knows how to read people before they even do the action. We saw that at Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter League. We've seen it years upon years of him playing fighting games. Doesn't matter what it is, right? Not even 5, just any time. It feels like he just knows what you're going to do before you do it. And with a character like this, there's so much reward, so much in terms of setting up and then having reward right after. I'm curious to see what Aqua is going to do in totality. It's going to be so different that he takes down Dogra. If he does.
こういう時こそ、僕とあと残りの大将で、逆に光を救ってチームを。
Yeah, it's exactly as we mentioned in the interviews. I mean, Dogra, he said it too. Surprised by the Blanca pick, but I was winning against Blanca recently. Not really much of a threat. And he makes a very interesting statement saying that they're the ones who need the win, that needs to win desperately. So he's going to have the advantage. I think playing to the mental strengths or weaknesses of a team or of a player is something that Dogra can do.
Yeah.
Albeit, I will say, they have the slight lead via the tiebreaker, but also with now 10 points. I don't know if that necessarily will mean like Aqua will play in a desperate manner, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to hinder Aqua. That actually might power him up. It's like, well, damn, I got to stand up for my team. I am the leader. So, like, why would I not come out here and show out? You know, turn up my volume. Why would I not do that? Aqua even said, Carl unfortunately lost, but he lost a lot of points this season. I want to get my revenge by winning here. Or get his revenge too as well by winning here. So, again, I don't know if that's actually going to depower Aqua like he thinks it's going to, but either way, Aqua, show me something different this matchup. If this guy has been winning too much, too often, we're going to have to see something different. In my opinion, I think it has a little more defense, a little bit less drive gauge usage, which I think Aqua could do. You know, I think he's an all-rounder. He pulls some picks from different Blancas. I think in the neutral overall, though, in sort of like this matchup, that crouching medium punch being nerfed definitely helps out for Bison overall. Because that's like a go-to poke tool that used to just be buffered ad infinitum forever and ever. And now you can just stand medium, crouching medium punch, stand fierce, whatever you want to do against that. So they have to really think about their button placement of what they want to do. But however, Lightning Beast comes through, level 2, Bison, he's holding that. You know, so you have to go for the perfect parries, have the proper defense that you would have normally. There's no DP to save you, there's no reversal you have to really worry about. Don't really rebuttal for that character. So if he's knocked on his back, it's really going to be about a battle about momentum, which usually happens a little bit more for Bison, I think, but definitely can be in Blanca's favor when level 2 is activated.
I really want to see. I'm kind of curious and also very excited to see what the interactions are going to be like between the two. I mean, we've seen what Dogra can do against Lightning Beast. We've seen what he has done to prevent Lightning Beast from coming out initially, too. I want to see what other look Aqua might have for the setups, too. So. Either way, we're going to get ourselves ready. Dogra versus Aqua, as you had seen it earlier. Kazunoko taking down Hikaru in fashion with 2-1, very, very close. But yeah, as much as we can talk about Bison and Blanca all day long, it comes down to the players. I think Dogra having just as much history as Aqua. And Aqua's been around for a minute. He has been like one of the premier players from like Street Fighter 4. Also made his name too in Street Fighter 5. I feel like from like the analyst perspective and also trying to like go full time as a pro afterwards. I think in 2018 he wanted to go back to being a professional Street Fighter player in general, right? Because he had taken a little bit of a hiatus to pursue other avenues. Whereas Dogura, he hasn't stopped, right? Dogura, in fact, had been sharpening himself up with other games as well as his current performances over in like Street Fighter League as well. I think Street Fighter 5, you guys may or may not remember the way he was playing Bison there was truly immense.
Whether it be the Street Fighter Leagues or even the CPTs and things like that, very, very, again, it's just hard to really digest his game plan because it's literally, he'll do things before the other player does them, and like so many counter hits. He just has a really good understanding of like game sense and what another player wants to do, no matter what the game is. Like I feel like that is one of his biggest strengths. Like Jin and I have had this conversation because I feel like Jin is like also on the crest of that. Also has like that similar sort of game sense. Like he'll hit you with a counter before you even press a button. He hits you with a crouching medium punch. You're like, damn, bro, I didn't even get my button off. This round starts. He's like in that similar sort of fashion too, and he looks up to Dogura a lot. So he studies a lot of Dogura. He's like, I can't tell you what it is per se in totality, but it's definitely like a almost not a real psychic feeling, but it looks like a psychic feeling, if that makes sense. Like he just presses before you press, and he interrupts before you interrupt. It doesn't matter what game it is, but it happens in every single game. And it leads to success. I feel like, again, this is the proper character to have it with. Bison leading into bombs, setups, and things like that. And Dogura also, I feel like, is one of those players that will use it like the level 1, level 2. He won't switch for level 3. I like him using the bar at the bomb for just to have that lead or kill the drive gauge. Pugera does that too, but I feel like Dogura is more willing to spend that bar more often. A lot of Bison players wait for that Twitter clip cash out for level 3. He wants the damage now. He wants that access now. He wants to kill that drive gauge now, and then keep him going in for the momentum right after it. Like a drive overhead or whatever it may be. But I like the way that Dogura plays Bison. I like the way he's bringing to the table. I like the way he is able to break down the player and the meta too as well. He's really good at learning and how to like effectively, I guess, dismantle somebody as the match goes on. As you press these buttons at the right timings. But it's hard to learn how to do that because you have to have years upon years of game sense for that to happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you have that type of game sense, you have that type of player knowledge against others too. When you pick the right character that excels in some of these single hit confirms that lead into setup moments, Dogura knows exactly what to do to kind of like make those events happen, right? You get a lot of mileage off of counter poking with Bison, whether it's a standing medium kick or even like counter poking with crouching medium punch in anticipation for some of those normals, etc. When it leads into drive rush and it leads into bomb implant, that really sets up the character for massive damage, but it also sets up your opponent for critical errors, right? A character or a player might want to be like 2 steps ahead and be like, all right, well, I'm going to show them I'm not afraid. I'm going to throw out maybe like an invincible normal. I'm not going to let them have this pressure for free. Or take it to the next level. It's like, all right, well, I'll block momentarily, but once I find my opening, I'm either jumping, I'm going in, whatever, if they don't keep that string tight. So Dogura has excelled in multiple facets of that bomb game. And we'll see whether or not, again, single hit confirmed. Leads into the bomb. We'll see if that leads to a lot of frames, and he waits for it. Exactly that too. Even if the opponent decides to sit still, he's laying down a good amount of damage to the drive gauge. Look at that. Almost close to burnout is Aqua with the bomb on him again and forced the burnout. Just like that. Again, flawless example of how he's covered so many bases is Dogura.
This guy's ridiculous. Sweet, yeah, I can't leave for free. I like that.
He's covered everything. Yeah, that would have led into chips regardless, right? Crouching medium punch into like maybe a Psycho Crusher because he had a little bit of charge. Even scissor kick, right? Insane.
But he's aiming for the drop gauge continuously. Again, the reward that he gets off of this. And as I think about this, the bomb is like the perfect thing for a player like this. It's a perfect benefit for him. Drive rush heavy kick after the perfect parry. Ends it with the bomb. This time he backs off, avoids a throw. What a read for you from Dogura. Walk up throw again. This time a medium. Takes a walk up throw.
He is playing insane. This is such a different demeanor, man. He is looking so precise on everything this far. Let's see if it stays true for his defense. Up until that point, hey, mitigating damage, just getting a throw, that's not bad at all.
Worse. He's almost gone.
What?
Actually able to answer with the OD Psycho Crusher.
Anti-air from 3/4 to the screen. That guy's nuts.
More touch. Scissor kick to level 3 and kill if you can find the right timing. That should have been it. Look at the light kick right after. Doesn't even need to watch the cutscene. He found the follow-up.
You know, as as if you prefaced it perfectly. My man Dogura knows what you're gonna do before you do it. How many times has he had opening to scissor kick that led to a counter hit? Twice, literally 2 times in that single round, upon start and towards the end. How fitting.
It's so dangerous. Like, the fact that you're able to get like counter hit off a scissor kick this continuous, what you get off of that, they done made this character for Dogura. Looking for any back crouch for this anti-airs. Empty crouching medium kick. Leads into the bomb. Perfect distance here as well. Can't do that for free though. Side switch.
A little bit rough now. Aqua might have found a way to make the devil fall to his knees. No sir, can't get out of the corner for free with head stomp. As much as I like that idea, Aqua being ready for it, I like that much more. Jump back medium into the air ball. Beautiful.
For the drive rush right after that medium spent well. You don't see him just swinging out with the air stick. He's just using that when he feels like the was coming through. Dash up throw. In the corner, this time the jump here's OD. Called him wrong. I don't know what Dogura was doing. This is bad. Caught up in the corner. You only have level 1 to your name. You do have some drive gauge to utilize. I think it's like the tag, the throw's not connect. He holds parry against little mini-me. Oh, but still gets opened up either way. It's gonna be a hard call regardless. That's a perfect KO instead of Aqua.
Damn. And he's called him out. He's kept his offense tight as well. Dogura has been called out for trying to jump out of the corner at least 2 times over, and Aqua has destroyed him. Uh-oh.
Good punish. It's a Pop Max special right there. What punishment? The scissor kick, punish counter. The bomb goes off, and he gets the other side, catches the recovery. It's punish counter and another bomb applied. Back heavy kick for the plus frames. Again, aiming for the drive gauge, enforcing the drive reversal and the burnout. Love this if you're Dogura.
Level 1, what a risk to take. Aqua, next the damage. Right block on the overhead. Dogura. Slowly refreshing his drive gauge while Aqua fully completes his burnout sequence, or at least burnout sentence.
How does he know? How does he know? We need a counter for counter hits for this guy alone because he has landed so many leads him to success. A counter hit scissor kick on point. He's almost using it as like a poke tool. And also as a whip punish tool as well. We've seen that against the crouching medium punch. Dogura now on set point. And again, not shy about using that bar at the bottom. Using that level 1 after the stand fierce to find the finish. This time entering with a different button. Using drive rush stand fierce is really good against like crouching medium punch. We'll check that button a little bit preemptively.
Damn, another sequence to just strip down the gauge. I'm loving that too. Back-to-back throws. He's gonna take another one. No sir, keep him in check. I like that. Aqua having the right read. Dogura was just trying to side switch over, but now he takes advantage of his age.
Future is now old man. Wait, aren't they old men? Uh-oh. Stand fierce lightning beast. So jump, he jumps again, but this time gets a throw of his own. Perfect pair of the drive rush. Too many of those drive rush back heavy kicks. He's right back up in the corner. Still a lot to utilize in terms of like the lightning beast. Yo, no leg though. That would have been godlike. This is unfortunate. Don't see it just yet. Wants the kill combo. Another throw. Another throw. Check over the overhead. It's drive reversal instead. Another drop. That's Dogura taking it.
Again. Aqua, no. That was literally his game. That was literally his game to win. 1000%. Dogura got mad lucky. And you know, that's just how it goes when you make a pact with the Wind Devil. The Devil took control of Aqua's peripherals. He took control of Aqua's hands. He's like, you know what? You don't want this combo. Come on now, just rest, relax. You can play another week. You have points to spare. Why don't you drop this combo for my boy Dogura?
for Aqua. Had those moments. Started to make the right reads against someone who is so hard to read, who had been doing so well in the poking department. Aqua started to keep it like CQC. You see, nice and close and personal. And again, you see constant drops, and Nova already ducking and hits the jabs. 2 of them secured 20 points totality. It could be a 40 bomber, but I highly doubt it if Hibiki comes up. Again, he is the Akuma eater, bro. He eats Akumas for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He loves that matchup. He showcased to me at least why that matchup can be difficult for Akuma, depending on how you play. But Shuto, he exceeds my expectations every time I see this dude. First, it's a demon flips that he has been one of the best at, if not one of the best, like the top 3 at in terms of utilizing that tool to find consistency. And then it's his fireball game getting better. It's his confirms, his combos, adding more and more on the character. That's why we saw him win at the CPT Singapore premiere. I feel like he is the package that you want to play at with an aggressive Akuma. Are you ready for this kind of cat,
I want to see, man, I want to see how Shuto further develops his character the way that he wants to play him. I haven't really seen this type of playstyle. I mean, I think neither of us have seen it up until Street Fighter League, right? With the way he was like taking advantage of the demon raids, but this is the time now where it's going to be as important as ever for Shuto, whether or not like his current progress is still going to be enough to take on like the current slew of players. How to like retain your dominance after your big win in the Super Premiere in Singapore. I want to see what he's been like working on to sharpen his Akuma, especially against a matchup like this too.
It's literally a matchup that he had said, he's like, this is the only matchup I feel like besides like Manon, maybe, that he felt like Akuma maybe slightly loses. But again, that was like a while back, and this is a Shuto that didn't really have, like, he had a good ground game, but it wasn't as good as it could be. It wasn't as good as it was at Singapore. And again, as we mentioned, the game plan for him, you know, is to be a very aggressive, very active Akuma. Everything's on point in terms of his ground game when he's drive rushing, when he's utilizing for medium kick, when he's using for fierce things like that. His fireball game is really on point for poking, for zoning. I feel like he is a complete package of a very aggressive Akuma. And that's the way you have to play Akuma, I feel like, the most optimal way. He is always doing something with that character and rotating the tools effectively where it's hard to call out. Now, Hibiki has so many tools against that. Lily has so many tools, I should say, against that. A very great anti-air with the crouch fierce against a lot of the demon raid stuff that will come through. She has a very sharp DP, very quick DP, deny that too as well. She has the wind slider to get through some of these fireballs as well. And you know, the damage she can dump out is pretty damn good. Off the driver's command grab that she can set up, that goes to the character. You have to mention that, even though it's a thing that could be coming through for most characters. So still, I feel like her poke button's are really good. Stand medium punch is good against this character. However, as you mentioned, I want to see Shuto and what he has developed for this character. He knows how difficult this matchup is. I want to see the results right now, Shuto.
Really excited to see how this development has happened between the two players too. Hibiki talking that talk, saying he is the Akuma Slayer. Shuto, I don't think he really needs to talk. He already let the gameplay do it for him in Singapore and already off to a great start to check the drive rush advantage. Ugh. Get him out of your face. And to jump nothing, actually backdashes. You know what? I think that's in anticipation for the jump cancel command grab too.
Maybe he does like to do that, so as difficult as it is, just a level 2 fireball, stand fierce, and his fist, and the stand light kick right after it. This man aiming for the drop gauge to take your life away too as well. Shuto, very powerful round, very active on defense too as well on the wake up.
How did you even do that? He's Windspire from escape
rotation.
Light. Bang! Look at the damage. Almost what? 35, 40%? Jesus Christ! I want to say 35%. Sweep.
Stand light kick buffer into level 3 after the admin fist, of course, to seal the victory. Man, Shuto, again, the reason why he's able to do things like the command grab, why he's able to establish such a good poke game, why he's able to establish the demon rates if he wants to, which you didn't see it that much in this game, is because he keeps rotating all these different tools that you have to think about with Akuma, and they're in a proper way. To me, and I'm going to be so real, he already proved it, But I think Akuma can work just fine. I don't think he's that volatile if you play like Shuto. There's so many things rotated. The other player has to think about. They're on the back foot more continuously than you. I think in the first of two, Akuma can still work. He's shown that.
Oh, I don't think that was a question. I don't think anybody had that question in mind. I think it was more so towards Bison. Akuma being volatile? Hell no. This character's mad good.
So it's a tap parry, gets something at all. Tap parry right there. Uh-oh. Crouch Fierce follows up. Stocks up with the win. He's in.
Round 2. Fight.
Like that tick throw attempt. Overhead. Damn, he was holding down back for what felt like forever after the freeze. Shuto had so much time for that. Chip on the other side too. Vicky does land a light string. Does manage to scoop him up as well with the command grab. Oh, that could have been so much worse. Hibiki now in the corner. Great blocking the overhead. Has to contest. That throws. He wakes up with a light. Shuto. I couldn't tell you what normal he pressed, but it definitely was not fast enough for the wake up standing light kick from Hibiki. What a time to press that button. Because Akuma, we talked about how important it is that he gets to, how important his toolkit is to apply pressure like over and over and over again. All off of like mediums too. The fact that he actually was able to sneak one in is crazy. At 4 frames too.
Game of the game so far. Like that knockdown against the Wild Horn. Trade combo on point. Crouch Fierce Tatsu level 1. Kill the drive gauge. Trying to kill the character. Let's get Fierce out of the fist. The heavy one. The trade again. The medium don't work out. Resets with the overhead. Hibiki blocks it out, but has to take the throw right after though. Has level 1 if he wants to bust out at any point, or just doesn't have the proper fault. Honestly, this character doesn't have the best punishes without drive gauge or windstock behind it. Oh, he made a whip, but he didn't get the punish. No, that would have been so sick. Another way. I feel like there could have been at least another button right there.
Look at that match. Sorry. Oh no. Oh damn. He's gonna walk in and out of that range. He strode right through. He's like, no, thank you. I see what you've been peddling out. I don't want to be involved with any of it. Oh boy.
Of course, you have the drive reversal and the burnout right there. Well, Shuto don't care. Would have got that cross up. Would have been a nice little level 3 conversion. Level 1. It's gonna bust out right now.
Let's see off the anti-air. Looking pretty close between the two. Hibiki's sitting at 3 games though, or sorry, 3 bars though. Excuse me. 3 games, it would have been done.
Proper range to poke against the Wild Horn. Woody Fireball gets the knockdown. Adamant Fist puts him in burnout. Almost with that Imperium in. Difficult range. He just had the Windspire, but needs some OD behind it. Walk up throw. Drive rush throw. Bar's almost back. Knocking on the door. Open up. Teleport. No!
Oh,
he's gonna get down a second time.
You had time to uppercut.
Oh, he could have OS uppercut. You're right, he could have DP'd. Doesn't matter. Level 3. But yeah, that's the typical setup. You go for the teleport if they jump, do the DP right after, right? Regardless.
I mean, if you have time to block or if it, so it hit actually. It hit, but it didn't say punish counter. I 100% know for sure Shuto would have been able to uppercut on that. I don't even know what he was like maybe inputting to get hit in that situation in the first place. But either way, it came out Shuto regardless. With 2 games under his belt now, pretty close knit from both ends. This is actually kind of exciting.
Back and forth this matchup. I feel like the right watching Akuma players, they don't know how to deal with like some of the buttons. We mentioned Wild Horn, that 4 fierce or back fierce, or whatever you want to call it. That big poke button leads into like a drive rush right after, and it's another axis of damage besides crouch fierce for her. He just like back walks, uses the great back walk speed of the character, and will use sweep to get a hard knockdown and try to go for like a cross up or a dash up or whatever it may be to reestablish. So like, okay, cool, that tool is off the table. Then we use Fireball to kind of lock the character down too as well. And even going to burnout, I feel like he's also comfortable in playing at burnout. He's so aggressive, he's so active. He's going to be building his bar no matter what anyway. I really like the way that he plays this matchup. I don't think I've ever seen Nakuma play this matchup in the way that he does just overall. Also, the trade combos with him have been insane. Yeah, he's dropped maybe one of those, but like he's so ready for the A's, the B's, and the C's no matter what happens, and gets the most reward off of the majority of his interactions. Yeah, he could have DP'd right there up in the corner. We had to teleport, but the fact that I feel like he's just steamrolling Hibiki, who is so just confident in this matchup. I've seen him play on CFN. I've seen him play in tournaments on this matchup. He is cooked up damn near every single Kuma he has come through. But Shuto has had that power up of like, I'm in Capcom Cup. This is the style that I should be playing. He has a proper ground game. He has a proper aerial game. The rotation tools is just too insane right now. He's on game point against Hibiki. In the same area code. Easy with punish. Oh, for the shimmy, too greedy.
Yeah, him trying to like whiff punish a throw attempt with Adamant Fist is pretty high level. Jesus Christ. He had to readjust the glasses on that one. He's like, yo, how much damage did that do?
I'm a glass cannon, but damn. Neutral jump, the heavy kick, I like that. Fist. It's like punish counter right there with the poke back. Hold on, ODDB.
Person for that. That was disgusting. You're stealing turns out here now? Dude, how many times has Hibiki gone for the bait and gone for the round? It's been so many times over where Hibiki has caught himself throwing and teching, I should say, against Shuto's advance, but now the low exposure.
Especially the stand light kick buffer. And the fist, heavy kick ender. Great one for the top two. Hella meaty off that medium. Oh god, the bottom's building up. DP to level 3 just yet. May not even need it. Could just kill with the level 2 if he wants it. Or shimmy. There we go. The Empyrean's in. Shuto is too clean and pristine. This dude is absolutely demonic, I should be saying, as he takes Hibiki down. He says, I'm the Lily Killer out here. 3-1.
Man,
damn.
He did a little shakedown. He did a little stutter step. He abused the walk speed and then walked out. He's like, I'm gonna jump in, jump out, introduce myself, introduce you to the fears. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? That was disgusting, man. He was dancing all over him the entire time. 40 points for Crazy Raccoon, but an impressive 20 for Shuto. Insane amount of confidence.
You know, it's wild because you see people like, oh, I can't play this character, he doesn't have enough health and all stuff like that. You die in a few interactions. Look at what happens when he hits you, though. And also, Shuto, stealing turns sometimes didn't work out, but most of the time it did. Either whether it be ODDP, resets, and things like that. He'd back it up by having great neutral, like these great neutral jump, anti things with a heavy kick we saw. Yeah, you might die in an interaction like this, but Shuto doesn't care. Like, he is like, I've been through the ringer, I've been hit by these things. Look at that, you see that? This guy is godlike, hit confirmed to level 2. This dude is ridiculous. Again, a matchup that typically is Hibiki or really favored. I've seen Shuto blows it wide open. The way that he plays, maybe it's just going for Shuto, but has shown me the light. Ashura has shown me the light. This dude Shuto is ridiculous. Whip punishes, turn stealing, resets. This guy's not at all.
Pretty impressive stuff this far. He's evolving before our very eyes, like match after match. And also, like, for player specifics, man, knowing full well that Hibiki was going to be vulnerable to every single like throw attempt, and he kept like banking on that, a pretty big deal. But I also like his usage of standing light kick in certain distances where crouching heavy punch would be a threat. You would see him interrupt a lot of the startup moves with standing light kick, and I was actually mad impressive that he would kind of like react to that too. Whether or not it's truly a reaction from Shuto, it would be still super impressive for him to have the tendencies to stand light kick in any sort of like range that Hibiki could deal out massive damage, or at least get a cancel. So I'm very impressed right now for Shuto. Even Bonchan, he's like, usually I'm the daddy, but right now, you've been sunning everybody on the team.
I feel like the evolution of that stand line kick is also better in Shuto's favor. Like, you see Bonchan, he'll walk with that stand line kick a lot more, use that as a buffer. As you mentioned, for him, it's like a space trap or to interrupt certain buttons and things like that that he will call out against Hibiki. It's like the next step to utilizing that blessed button. So, well done to him. He has really broken down the character and played him the way he wants to play. And honestly, he might just be the best. Honestly, he is the best Akuma. He's the best Akuma. At this point, he's the best Akuma. He's already won a CPT premiere. He has done well out here. He's done amazing out here. You can see in his play, this guy's the best Akuma. Like, there's no if, ands, or buts. Bonchan says, really strong team. It's my first reserve, but we were thinking about the roster just before we had to call out. It worked. Perfect games.
どんなアドバイスが、どんなアドバイスだっけ？
聞いてるのかよ、その話。
そうだったんだけど。
その時なかった。
会議でドグラさんがインパクト。
Now I'm mostly curious to see what like Kazunoko had said too. I feel like the interview has already gone off the rails. Like everybody's talking now.
まあ、
その時本当に刺さったんで、
チーム力をね感じたということで、はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。さあそして、
pretty close set too between Kazunoko and Hikaru. I love the development between those two. I love Hikaru exercising the Banon. Then also Dogura facing off against Aqua. That was very lucky towards the end. That should have been Aqua's game had he not dropped two significant set-winning moments. Right? I
don't know what price you paying for the Wind Devil, but it was worth it, because you definitely got away with absolute murder. You got away from the crime scene, you living your life large on an island far, far away with them points. You did a ridiculous job. I did like what Dogura was doing in the neutral though. Before we saw a lot more close range gameplay where there couldn't be scissor kicks, I did like him using that as like a whip punish tool, establishment tool. We saw a lot of counter hits and what he'd lead right after it, and the stripping of it away of the drive gauge. You see a lot of Bison players aim for the bomb and like look to play around that. Or like go for like, if they're going for a tap parry, I'll go for a throw, I'll go for like a drive rush overhead. He'll use that to strip away your drive gauge with like drive rush bomb or whatever. He'll go into like the bomb, back fist or whatever immediately. He'll take away your drive gauge or go for stand fierce more often instead of like the throws once he's trying to establish more throw pressure. He wants to kill the drive gauge more than he wants to get like a cool bomb combo. And I appreciate that from Dogura.
So we did manage to get the rest of the interviews in, at least from Kazunoko's side. I took the timeout first time in this league, but the advice really worked out. I forgot what was said, but it was great teamwork. And I guess they were calling him out. My man absolutely forgot. Hey, that happens a lot, man. Like in high stakes moments, you take what you are told at the moment, and then sometimes you forget. I even talk to like so many pros in like other games too, where it's like, you know, I wish I could tell you about that matchup. I wish I could tell you what had happened in that set, but I'm on such a high right now that I don't even remember.
A flow state kind of thing, then you just whatever you're gonna acquire along the way. All right. Get away with it this time, Wind Devil. Dogura says, yeah, he thought Hikaru was going to come. He didn't expect this order, but I was just pressing too many buttons the last round. Good game. So I guess he's getting counter hit on his side because he's pressing too much. Shuto says, I'm going to cry. I wasn't able to win during the league, and I was really stressed out about it. Really great. My play worked out. I'm going to go for the anchor for the rest of the episodes. This dude said, just to let Sean know, I'm the anchor position the entirety. So get ready for me. Shoot though. Dropping him on the table. He different after qualifying.
I like that though. I would love to see Shuto kind of like go for anchor for the rest of the days. And you look at what had happened. I feel like for week 6 and 7, you didn't really see him in that position. I mean, they weren't doing poorly by any means. right?
But
I think this is like the perfect time for him to take the wheel, only because one, he's already qualified. He doesn't have to worry about the super premiere this weekend. He's allowing for his teammates to kind of like rest up for that as well, and that's a pretty important deal. We talked about how important it is for their team captains to have very reliable teammates to take the anchor spot. That happens in Street Fighter League Japan. That definitely happens in Street Fighter League US, and I'm sure it happens plenty of times over in Street Fighter League EU. So Shuto making the statement now is a really big assurance for the team. But if that's not enough assurance, they got 240 bombs in a row. Last week, they absolutely demolished CAG Osaka, and they did so again now with Hiroshima Team Ikusa. Having an extra 40 points skyrockets them currently into the first place position with 210 points, breaking that 200-point barrier. Pretty significant deal. But Hiroshima Team Ikusa now even closer to getting overtaken, not scoring a single game, not scoring a single team battle. That is so dangerous, man.
Mention it. A lot of these teams are still in contention. All it takes is a few bad days, some people moving around here and there, surpassing each other, and you might drop below that qualification line. Only having 3 teams move on out of 6 means that something bad will happen on these teams, but not for Crazy Raccoon as they move on with some crazy ass play. That's the second, as you put it, second 40 bomb we've seen from them, and we'll see what happens with CAG Osaka. They're coming up against Yogibo Reject. It's gonna be difficult to ask, you know, if CAG Osaka don't step up, it's gonna be even harder for them to qualify or get past the qualification line. Yogibo Reject is definitely a difficult team to have to fight. You've got the likes of Lashar on that team, who already, I think, is the most standout player, one of the most standout players you can ask for, I think, in the league right now. Backed up with Torameshi, Akira, and Tokido. But we're backed up by this great merch right here that has the players' names, almost like bands, up on the t-shirt. I'd like to have one of these. Capcom, if you could just, I'll send you my address. I'll DM my address. Don't leave me on read this time. You could just send me a few of these. I'd love to sport them. Let me wear them on all the broadcasts and things like that. They're always super sick to see all the cool merch that Capcom has to support Street Fighter League. I'd love it to come over here. I'm sure there's plenty of people out here that would buy this. People in the chat right now, I'm sure y'all are watching this. If you're up this early, either you're in the EU or you're just a big fan of Street Fighter League, I'm sure you're out there, you'd like to buy this too. Like, come on, Capcom, hook us up.
I don't say who wouldn't, man. This is a very cool looking shirt, just having like the teams and the players, just like the recognition of both the organizations and the players as individuals coming together. It's pretty damn cool, man. I also wouldn't mind getting like the frame with all the players from both Division and F. I want to get them separately so I can get it. Like, my ultimate goal is to get them separately so that I can get all the players involved to sign the frame. That's eventually something I want to do, just because I'm a fan of like so many of these players. This is also pretty wild. Seeing these players on a shirt like this, and this kind of design is pretty damn sick. I am hoping we could get something like this in the States. Or at least I'm hoping they can hold on to it at least until Capcom Cup when we get there or something. I don't know. I would love to be there in Japan to kind of like pick up all of these just for collection's sake. I'm a big collector of like all sorts of things, the bad habit. But to collect all the stuff that's coming out from Street Fighter League, that is something that's automatic. I need it to happen, and it needs to happen quick. All of us, please, for everybody, EU, US, send it out to everybody because these are sick.
We absolutely got like it. I think, you know, people love to support these teams, and it's great to see the support just again. Having the teams on these like well-made shirts, I haven't got to see them. I know that you vouch for them, so I'm with it. It's good to see that support come through. Like, people can actually support these out, and Japan goes crazy for Street Fighter League. We see the caravans where they have the meetups for the players. We see the watch parties. I think Brian F is going to one of those currently, so we get to see firsthand how people show out for just like individual teams. So again, this is like just like a sporting big supporting event. I can't talk. And if you want to join in for the finale, you should. Look at the dates right now: 12/21, 12/22 for the playoffs, and then February 11th for the finale. Next year is how we're going to square everything down for the finale of Street Fighter League Japan, as we get our final team to fight off the US and EU. And they're going to get their stuff situated soon, as the US is hot contention right now. And then EU will be starting, I think, next week or whenever. I don't know the dates, but I've been telling you that you should buy your tickets because S rank tickets are sold out right now. You want the A rank, B rank, and B plus, I guess that is right there. Buy those ASAP so you can join us and watch it, or you can join the restream whenever it happens. Either way, we have more Street Fighter League action coming up. Our last match today is going to be Yogibo Reject, CAG Osaka. Yogibo was in the top spot. We'll see where they land after this. But CAG was in 4th place. We'll see if they get above that qualification line or if they stay below. It's going to be a hotly contested match. We mentioned the variety on CAG Osaka, but the pedigree on Yogibo Reject is nothing to sniff at all. You've got Lashar, who's the golden finger, the golden Korean finger. We've got Torimeshi, the sim that always beats people at a distance. And then Akira, the speed lightning star, lightning speed star, I should say. Tokido, the FGC genius. A lot of things to consider right now, a lot of points to consider, a lot of things still in contention, and we'll find out also who at the end of all this is standing where and who's will be knocked out. Listen, people, one more break, one more match, we return. More Street Fighter League Japan action coming right at you. Don't go nowhere. 再開は約10分後の21時26分頃とさせていただきますので、それまで一旦失礼いたします。
Yeah, yeah, come on. Everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot. Hope you don't miss. Combo. I ain't never scared, never quitting is the motto. Yeah, yeah, come on. Everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. Among us. Take it much farther. Fast with the hands, E Honda. Defend my legacy with strength and honor. I'm the greatest ever. It's a showdown. This is my arena.
意気込みを聞いていきたいと思います。まずはアウェイ側、レシャ選手、意気込みお願いします。
僕に出てくる意図は何ですか？
いやー、僕に出てくる孫さんの意図はわからないですけど、僕は孫さん好きだから頑張ります。
さあラッシュから投げ。
うまい。これレシャしかできないやつ。
レシャうわ、押し返してる。さあこれはどうだ？フィニッシュです。KO。いい読み勝ちですね。
ドライブラッシュに対してレシャー側がボタンを押してないことがバレちゃって、もうラッシュ立ち中盤とラッシュ投げの2つで攻めてきてたね。
いや、やっぱラッシュですね。
ナイス
ナイス。
それ言ったことすぐできるのやっぱすごい。
できるんだから。
いや、ごめんかこれ。いや、まだ終わんね。
おー、一度来たー。さあこのサイクやろう。残るってる。
よく出した。
もう
次。ナイス。オッケー。
大量リードです。レシャー。うわあ、これは見逃しません。レシャー。
オッケー。よくいやー、緊張。これはすごい試合だったね。
いや、もう孫さんもマジですごかったさ。
やっぱりあいつも。
Weekly Street Fighter League Japan Yogibo Region Akira。
開幕はもう地上戦のやり取り、一方的にアキラが制している2中パンチがね。ドライブ残りわずかなんですが、アキラ本当に前に行きます。止まりません。さあバウンド手前でしたが、しっかりとキコ玉抜け。そしてここでの中段タク。強気。3ゲージすでに溜まって、
お互いリーサル圏内。
おっとパリーでバウンド。さあモケ。ここでのオーディアロー。疲れが小さい。前投げ。逆タクはしのいだが、これ出してきてる。出た
Our marquee matchup is just about to start for such a stellar lineup as well. Yogibo Reject versus CAG Osaka. A lot on the line for the former more so than the latter. I feel like Yogibo Reject wants to keep on with their lead at 205 points, and for very good reason. Obviously starting out with the Korean golden finger Lashar, who's been dominating and getting as many points as possible in comparison to everybody else, followed by the High Priest, Orimeshi, who I feel like hasn't been able to play as much, but one person who's really stepped it up thus far is Akira. Lightning fast. Since his debut into Street Fighter League for Street Fighter 6, has been doing great work. And of course, all under the tutelage of the FG Scout, the fighting game genius that is Tokido.
But a team with a team again, the Sharks. Standout out there. The Golden Fingers, they all feel gold right now, being in that top spot. At least how they enter. Let's see how they leave. We're going up against CAG Osaka in 4th place. Needs to get more points to be above that playoff line to stay fine. And what a team they have. You talk about these teams about having utility. They're a hard team to prepare for, considering who and what characters they play are on this team. CAG Osaka, no longer the new kids on the block. They've been around the block for quite a bit. Now they're looking to knock your block off. All right, let's get a look at this team in totality and see why they're so dang good. CAG Osaka starting off with the eternal ace, Uyo, on the Drunken Master, that is Jamie. That character has been running rampant out here in the league. That's going to be the Unlimited Dragon Dance. Eita putting on their damage with that Akuma. You'd like to see some Kim, but the Akuma doing just fine for him. That's going to be the theoretical value. You don't know what that means, but I do know that Finbridge is going to be able to find the value in every level 2 Lightning Beast block and conversion that he can find. And then after that, it's going to be the extraordinaire, the man of defense, the Iron Wall, that is Goichi, coming through to lead the charge. This team is, again, a wily team if you think about the players and characters that are on this. You have Urio with a Jamie, that's a very hard character to prepare for. Eita with a kind of wild style that is really only to Eita. And why are they so far back? Yo! Relax. Hey, you cannot be taking my bit, bro. You can't be taking my bit, bro. Come on now. That's me.
You asked and he delivered. I mean, in all fairness, Ada's been doing that since 3. Here's the lineup. Akira, Tokido, and Lashar. I think that's pretty expected. I think that sets the precedence pretty well. I don't see Torimeshi being a part of the roster only because Dawson's going to be susceptible to that counter pick. He's going to be the primary home killer, right? But Akira's starting things up first. I wanted to see like maybe like Tokido step up, but fact of the matter is, this is what's set. Who's coming up first? Fenrich? Yeah. Fenrich is coming up first. That makes a lot of sense, too. What are these noises? What the hell is happening?
Yo, you good, Fenrich? He's trying to be
was that noise?
He's trying to make sure he's in the character.
But either way, this is something we had called out. I think Blanca is a matchup. Sorry, Cammy versus Blanca is a matchup that we had talked about being a possibility with Kazunoko over in the Crazy Raccoon games. We anticipated Aqua kind of stepping up to the plate because I think Blanca does a great job of covering the air approach no matter what it is, as long as he's maintaining his charge. So we'll see if that's going to be like a problem. But although, if Akira sees somebody crouching, I think he's going to be like moving forward, kind of like pressing the issue with like walk up, standing heavy kick could be a really great deal to stop somebody like Blanca, or at least when he's susceptible to just, getting hit for his drive gauge and damage for his drive gauge. I kind of want to see what Akira's mindset is against the top level Blanca.
I mean, it's a little bit easier this season from what the Blanca players I've talked to, where it used to be a little more difficult for Cammy, because she could be anti-aired by like heavy kick, back medium kick. Those things could definitely check and challenge, like the dive kicks and her jump ins, and you get quite a bit of reward. With the ground game beyond that, you got crouching medium punch that used to be like a contender against Cammy's schools. Not so much now. And a lot of Blanca players felt like it's kind of went down to even because of that. Now the ground game might be a little bit more difficult. And someone with a good ground game like Akira just kind of rush you down that kind of emotional rush down, I feel like can be problematic. However, Finrich is very aggressive on his own. We've seen him playing Sokido, really kind of just going for like a lot of TK, OD Blanca balls and things like that. We saw him pop off at level 2 as well. We'll see what happens in this match if he can keep up the Lightning Speed Star. We're getting some of the interview though. Akira says, I am and was a friend. Pretty difficult relationships. I like how he said was a friend, even though I'm sure he meant like, you know, was a friend before this, but we're still friends, but saying that in just the past tense sort of thing. It just sounds funny. Like, we were friends, bro. Now not anymore. We're enemies.
I mean, there are no friends in fighting games, man. Like, once they both step up on the sticks, that's just how it goes. Understandable. There is a little bit of a backstory though as to why he would say that. Akira had lost to Fenrich over at the premiere in Singapore, and he also says, "I didn't expect that I'd be able to get the revenge so quickly." And then Fenrich in rebuttal, very subtle. I want another win here too. He's a good friend of mine. Let's have a good game. Nice response. Very proud.
分からなかったですけど、拳で語り合っていただきましょう。先鋒戦。
But that means he's got some data to work with, though. You know, it's a little bit more that he has to work with. So if you thinking about your losses, you're probably thinking about your losses more than you think about your wins. You're definitely thinking about the time that you got knocked out of the tournament more than the players that you beat along out that. So we'll see what's gonna happen between these two in the run back. Same first to two, so we square this, so we'll get right back into it real soon. But I really wish I would have saw that match. I don't know if that was on stream. I don't think it was on stream. There's so many high-level matches that were happening in pools because of how deep the pools were in terms of talent. You could not catch everything. And I'm sure the same will be this weekend at the CPT Japan premiere, Super Premiere. Let me put some respect on that name. That there are going to be so many matches that we're not able to catch everything on the stream.
It's tough. I mean, there is a way to kind of like out it out over on like Star GG. If you click the player's name, you get to see like the history, but it's very hard to keep track. Like, people are so caught up with like watching it live as it happens. Even with like 3 screens to myself, it's still hard to juggle like every single player. Like, I just put it on a Google Sheet to see like how everybody's doing and like what they placed to get ready for a Capcom Cup and stuff. But seeing everything that happens in the preliminary phase, I'm only catching the live stuff, brother. I'm not gonna catch like any of the pool play outside, like, off the stream most of the time, unless I'm there, right? If I'm there and I catch it, of course I'm going to be watching and highlighting some of the players. But if I'm stuck at home, best believe I'm just enjoying the streams, brother.
Going back to VODs of like 2 or 3 or 4 warriors. I think last week we had like 6 or 7. It felt like just ongoing within a span of a couple of days. It's hard to catch everything. It's hard to catch every match too as well. So I feel you. We'll see though. In the run back, getting it right now. Akira versus Finrich. Armstrong getting the lift off. Double dashes up for the back medium kick. The plus frames. Ends a turn. He tried to steal it back with a TK Blanca ball. You dirty son of a gun. Akira blocking it out.
What a way to anticipate the hop over to and catch Finrich on the back foot with the counter hit. For an explosion of damage, a pretty decent amount of damage while still in burnout.
Nice.
Oh,
cancel to drive impact.
Oh, you did.
The bar to his name. Wait,
no, you're not.
He got the bar back.
Oh no. Round 2. That is actually pretty rough. The Fierce built back the bar for Fenrir. That's crazy.
Oh, I'd be tight. He though, bust out, but I thought immediate aggression. If he had blocked, it'd have been burnout, but the burnout's happening either way. Just the two of us. OD, get the pop up here. That's level 1 as well. Go for one more setup. Jump heavy kick. The command grab. Oh man, this guy Finrich is looking to get his lick back again. He's looking to get the double jeopardy. We didn't get to see the previous one. We're seeing it right now. Akira getting cooked up once again. Seconds.
I also thought that was pretty good recognition of what most players tend to do on defense against the doll and also against the pressure. You heard the tap parry too, and it was the perfect timing, perfect sequencing from Fenrich to go for that command grab in the first place. So that was really well thought out, really well planned. But Akira now looking to fix all the mistakes he had previously, now being on the offensive end, trying to pressure Fenrich in this corner. That was a reversal spiral arrow. That wasn't a punish counter, by the way. That was just a raw counter hit against Fenrich. Speaking of punish counters, yeah, being able to get that extension into the slide. No big damage actually coming in for the roundhouse. It was a counter hit after all. Fenrich wasn't able to link after that, but still, what do you do now? As Fenrich, he's able to ball out the way he's doing.
Toss out the crouching medium kick. Electrifies. Back medium kick. Harass that drive gauge. Rush overhead. Held parry. He's able to get the actually empty button. I cannot believe that Akira was able to get that off. It was a counter too as well, so Fenrich was late on the draw in terms of like a anti-air, maybe back medium kick he was looking for, or even like a reversal crouching light punch. Maybe on the way down. That's the round though, Akira. Get back on the break, but I like the way that Fenrich is playing overall. Great fast pace. Very much in terms of like stealing turns every so often. Now getting the meaty situation with that back medium kick. Wait, what? What? You put yourself in the corner? You could have more damage.
He didn't have to stay there and hold that rainbow ball. You saw an escape option, you took it. Oh, this is actually too raw. This is too raw for streams right now. Oh, especially in this moment, lightning beats with the juggle. Oh, no way! And he's in burnout. Level 2?
Oh, that was so sick.
It's not dead yet.
Kill.
Oh, he could maybe get a meaty. Oh no! I was gonna say maybe like a meaty spiral, but level 1 was still there, so understandably so. Too antsy to get the chip damage.
Level 1, you've already seen that so often. Hesitation off that space to come through for Fenrich to get that medium wall. He's on set point. Jump, heavy kick, blocks it out. OD for the plus frames this time. Fenrich trying to go underneath. There's the side switch though. Spiral arrow for the Oki. Perfect parry on that crouch feels. Too obvious of what he wanted. Perfect parry right back at him. It's a Bukana day. Oh, he switches it up. I like that target combo going for the plus frame option. Slowing him down for a little bit, but not for too long. Lightning Beast coming through. Time to feast upon that health. Carry this man to the corner. Set it up. Again, another sun. The second sun.
You got twins? That's all she wrote. Yeah, level 3 right into it. I'll get up. Pop it up a little subtle pop off. Rocket in his seat. Feeling the pressure. He just needs one more. He knows it too. He got the super turbo Birdman hand rubs going on right now. And I understand that. One game apiece thus far. Pretty close. When you see that redemption arc coming, when you see the progress of your labor, man, you gotta be feeling pretty good about it. But we'll see, we'll find out if he gets that arc.
Dash up throw again. Not the block a bite. Time a button and then drive rush throw again. Quite a bit of R. Connect this pressure. The space trap looking for the crouching medium punch, scratching at the air. Now the whip punch, she gets a heavy. Reversal button, delays it a little bit, gets a counter combo on the side, switch off the charge, small arrow. Reversal buttons in here are waking up the buttons continuously. Like that, yeah, check the fake stuff, check the hops. The continuous thing here beside Akira.
Damn, that was a lot of damage. That's over 2K. Nice work. Look at that match point. Up 2 bars apiece too. And you know, what an opening gambit. Jump OD dive kick to catch the jab from Fenrich too. That's just unfortunate. I think that's just more so unfortunate for Fenrich.
Yeah, it's really much. I feel like Akira was just kind of going for that. Regardless, and he was going for that ODDP to get punched instead. Sweep. Side switch back medium kick. Activates Lightning Beast. Wants to feast upon that drive gauge. So he tap parry, held parry, I should say. Now blocking out. Now in burnout. I get it. You don't want to stay a parry for too long. You don't want to get hit with the punch counter throw, but it's a super. Up in the corner. 2 bars to his name. Wants to keep some bar. Oh, the medium didn't reach. Counter jab. Was it gonna hit? No, level 1 was a fake out. Oh my God, this guy is God. Like he saw the flash, hit the super right after. Finrich.
The dive kick catches the tap parry. The throw. Akira just like a sequence and a half away. That just might be it. Level 2 mid-air. Continuation off of that. And he builds the level 1. This guy's got the sequencing down pat. That was the most lethal scenario we can ask for. That was beautifully done. What a way to snipe out lethal. That was so well strung together. Insane, Akira. Insane. Redemption.
Drinks on you, Finrich. Drinks on you, brother. Yo, Akira, though. In the face of so many wild things that were presented to him, Drive Rush Super against his is absolutely ridiculous. I think I would have put out the control after that. Moments like this where he went for a button into, you know, a drive impact and that was called out by a super. He was able to stay solid and very optimal in a lot of these scenarios, being able to end it with the super. Very well done. And then here's a chip out scenario. And you see him backdash outside the distance. And again, like, he's so good about like, okay, I've seen some of your wild stuff. Let me calm you down. I'm gonna check the hops continuously. I'm gonna hit you with the sequences that I need to have for the finish. Even though you're not landing like light and the crouching medium punch counter hits all continuously, he's able to like walk up a little bit, reassess, up in the corner. This was good. 6 in the crouching light kick at the very end right there to open him up. That super builds up the bar at the very end with that charge version of the spiral arrow. That was, this guy is so good.
So good. I'm loving the way that the story of Akira has developed thus far. From being sat out for a week, weeks on end. I don't even know when he decided to play or show up, actually. I think it was up until week 4. He was sitting out for so long, and since then he's been a mainstay for every single game, and I don't think he's lost this far, but let me double check just in case. What is this noise? Who's making this noise?
Is there something in my
Where's that
room?
coming from? Alright, so
Y'all have like
anyways,
a battle cry? Okay, go on.
I don't know, man. Akira won the anchor match in week 4. He had won. Actually, no, he had lost in week 5.
Okay.
And then Akira won at least in week 6. And then he'd taken another W in week 7. So he is what? 4 out of 5 thus far. Really impressive. And has had a bunch of experience over in like the anchor spots too. Very impressive, man. I'm loving the way he's playing right now. I'm loving his confidence. I'm loving his energy. Real clean.
Goichi, on the other hand, 3 out of 5 in terms of games that he's won and games that he's played. Most recently, I think he lost to Mago. Against VARREL. Let's see if we can get another W on his belt out here. This makes sense. Chun-Li against Ken makes sense. We talked about it. You know, her neutral is really good. She has ways to play around the fireball if she wants to, even more so than other characters. You know, she always had ways to play around them, but even more so now, the fireballs are not as good as like Ken's or Kuma's. You know, bigger her box on the hand, so Hazaku definitely an easy option for her. And then level 2 and level 3 if she needs it. And overall, again, the neutral stand fierce. The pokes are really good for her. Swift thrust. It's not like Ken can't contest continuously, but it's a lot harder for him. And also, if she goes for the toe, if he goes for the toe tap, and it's -4, she has an easy way to counter hit punish. Stand jab into whatever she wants. In the medium, it's like a, you know, spinning bird kick follow up for like Oki or whatever it may be. Not every character has that, but she does. So I feel like she does really well in this matchup. We've seen it historically be like that. I think it's a little bit better here for Ken, but it's still difficult for him. So it makes sense to see Goichi go up. But that makes me wonder who's going to be in the anchor. It have to be Eita. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I'm going too far. I'm going too far.
Eita with a Kuma, perhaps? I can see that. I can see that happening. But as you had mentioned, we'll get there when we get there. Goichi coming up right now against Okito. I like this pick. What is happening? Yeah. This is the most like energetic and animated I've seen Goichi in a very, very long time. I couldn't tell you like what or how he's feeling lately. And funny enough, I've been missing a lot of his streams. I don't even know what he's been streaming lately. I think he's been like taking a bit to kind of practice some of his stuff on Street Fighter 6 as well. But I think he's also been doing a bunch of like just variety.
Goichi says we have to win. Never won against Tokido in tournaments, not even Street Fighter 5. But I'm trained for this and I'll do my best. Tokido says I was ready for anyone. I'm somewhat confident. How are you ready for anybody and somewhat confident? It's a very odd statement, but there's a lot more behind Tokido when he says that sort of thing. So, but I'm curious to see what Goichi's going to do here in this matchup, though.
Yeah, I want to see what's done against the Jinrai kicks primarily. I want to see what he's done, what he's going to be doing against like the spacing that Tokido wants to play at. I'm not too worried about the fireball game. I feel like for Chun-Li being able to go into serenity stance, avoid it altogether, having his on-shoe as well. It's more so the counter-poking ranges that I'm concerned with. Let's see if that's going to be like a little bit problematic.
Alright, Goichi. Are you ready? Prepare for Tokido. For that medium punch from the blessed buttons, but the driver still was there. He interrupts the toe tap before it even happens.
Yeah, I'm having to go for the parry. At least against the Jinrai initially. Jesus! Stripping away the drive gates? How many fierces is that? That was like 4 of them.
Oh, we took the toe tattoo as well. Drive impact, that splat. This should be that actually. Crouch fierce, AD, level 1. Doesn't even need it to get it done. He had the bar and hit the OMT Jinrai. Damn, that did damage. Ken can access damage quite a bit up in the corner. Off the Dragon Lash. No bar necessary. Nice and easy walk up though. You see him crouch looking every so often and not get bumped with the crouching medium kick to the side. That character. Now it's a crouching medium punch from Ken. I'm ducking, so the extended combos coming. And that's Tatsu, perfect parry. Looking for the throw, but the jump back. Yeah. What else can he really do?
I'm checking the distances with the fireballs too. A couple of times over. Very, very slow paced match too. Exactly how we would like to see it. Tokido actually had gone in, trying to throw in the step kick. Goichi letting a couple of Jinrais fly a little bit too far out too for Tokido to even land. He wasn't even ready for it. He wasn't even trying to opposite.
1. There's the potential kick the anti-air. Stomp. Reversal jab. Drive rush back. Throw puts him up in the corner. This is real good for Tokido. See that bar? What?
I don't think Tokido had enough help.
But you know what? Usually he's ready for it when he sees a drive impact. He'll go for like stand fierce and like triple Jinrai. It's like bust through it.
Most of the time, yeah.
Wow. That's
Damn, this is a bus ass too. Level 3 for the perfect. Goichi completely taking away the momentum from Tokido. Whatever it was in the first 2 games, a little bit of the handshake turned into a full dap up and to get your hand out of my face really, really quick.
Yo, that went south real quick, huh? That's crazy. But when you talk to someone like, or you fight someone like Goichi, he's walking with those jabs. He's presenting that hand to your face continuously with distorted normals, light into medium, or he'll go back up a little bit and go for swift thrust. There's a lot to present that preemptively stuffs what Ken wants to do. We saw like a lot of run cancels just get got. Even the toe tap before you even come out got continuously. You got that long range. You have to really overextend with other buttons like stand fiercer. Even crouching medium kick that much. Like that wasn't presented that often. And then Goichi kind of just ran away with it in that last round. Very good stuff, but I just wonder what the adjustments are going to be here from Tokido. I like the Jinrai pressure. You know, we see Goichi not being able to properly deal with it all the time. I wonder if he's going to hit the DPs in between us. If he's going to be able to find the perfect pairs to find the proper spacing, like back walk outside, and make them a little more whip punishable if possible. If they do with the light version or whatever it may be, because he's in the range where it feels like he could just back off just like a centimeter and let that sucker whiff.
I mean, it's whiffed like what 3 or 4 times over, and Goichi wasn't even ready for it. So I mean, even if he does manage to make that happen again, I want to see whether or not he's going to be attentive enough to throw out a normal like a whiff, any sort of whip punish normal to stop Tokido. That hasn't really been the case, but I mean, he's doing well without it. So I don't think he's going to be too worried about that going forward. Jinrai has not really been the big determining factor, or at least the pace setter that I thought it would be. We've seen it a couple times from Tokido and also misused like twice. So I want to see what else is going to change now for Tokido. It's even hard for him to associate whether or not he should like go into a crouching medium punch type of positioning, any sort of counter poke type of positioning, because he does get antsy. He does go for step kicks too to force Goichi to move. I think this truly is like a test towards Tokido's patience against Goichi's gameplay thus far.
You're right about the gameplay. Excuse me. You're right about the gameplay. Like that defense that he's had, it kind of just like lulls you into trying to break it down, and he has so many tools to prevent you from doing so. We mentioned the sort of normals. There are other normals that we could be seeing if things do get dire enough. If it gets to that point, I don't know if it's going to even be a necessity. He does have the same fears. The crushing unit kick, of course. The fireballs that can also be problematic that haven't been yet, but they could be. And if Goichi wants to, he saved a lot of bar in his bank that if he wants, he can use the OD to kind of initiate if he wants to get active. He has many ways if he wants to be the aggressor too as well. So it feels like also there isn't much that Tokido can really, at least right now on paper, could do to initiate unless he's drive rushing with the proper buttons at the right times, being able to get the corner carry when need be, and make the most of the Jinrai opportunities that are given to him instead of having moments where he drops and doesn't get too much off of those. Pretty much at all, but we'll see.
Pretty aggressive start now for Goichi, back-to-back throws. And this is the stance we were looking forward to, right? Like at least from this range, but Goichi able to walk out of harm's way just in case, anticipating maybe in mid-screen for the counter pokes too. And I like how he walked away as much as possible just to kind of like duke it back out in mid-screen. OD Tencho. And a big rebuttal from Tokido, OD uppercut.
Sword and normal, shake my hand. And you know what's wild is that Tokido will go for like an OD fireball. I'm guessing it's a claim, I guess like a normal fireball from Goichi, which hasn't really happened. But I feel like he doesn't have a follow-up right after. He'll do the run cancel, not drive or stamp. He does a crouching unit kick like you typically see a Ken do. Strange to see.
Beautiful snipe out. Goichi still within that pocket to stop a jump out. And also any sort of like normal within whip punish range. Really love this. Oh, that is a vital error. I don't know about all that. With how slow the fireball is, you weren't going to get a punish counter. Now speaking of fireball, Tokido won't be able to throw out a fireball, but that's totally fine. Gets a couple of lights. As you had mentioned, throwing the light in there into level 3. Sit down and shut up for the drive. Gauge strip. I got to say now, in Burnout, a much bigger threat. Good block on the overhead.
Put some stacker super soft and in the OD to kill no matter what. You can't leave. Yeah, bar at the bottom, but still. Get the chip. Anything possible. Tokido standing up set point. Tantalize him to go for that crouch with a kick poke. Goichi was ready. It's a level 3. I like that. Get your bar back. Get a big lead. Still down with that soul tip for a second up in the corner. And timeout.
I love that too for Goichi. At 0 bars from Tokido, not going to be really in any sort of threat. If he makes that comeback, it has to be in the corner. It has to be off of a solid knockdown, which Ken can get off of the single hit, exactly as we had mentioned it. Going for the Tatsu. This is where it could all turn topsy-turvy too against Goichi. Yeah, you'd have to do it. If not, he was going to strip your drive gauge again. This is looking much more doable for Tokido.
her floaty jump. So lucky to jump with her floaty. That could have been critical. Reversal and burnout. No bar here for Goichi. This man better have the most iron defense. Adamantium, no. It's paper thin. The drive impact hits. And honestly, yeah, so one more. It's another touch interaction with drop gauge behind it. One, maybe two. Goichi survives, gets a bar back, crouching with a kick drive rush, side switch. Which is fine. I see why this man still has health to play with. No more drive gauge. Shimmy, the finesse and bless. Jinrai, CA. Sit down and shut up.
That was really well strung to get into. I thought as soon as the drive impact had happened against Goichi, where the wall splat and the burnout and all actually had gone through, I thought Goichi was able to kind of like maybe maintain the momentum, maybe kind of reserve the drive gauge a little bit more so. I think there was a high possibility where he could have closed it out in the corner too, especially after one of the big hit confirms that he's got against Tokido, but him spending it all too. He actually had done something that stripped his own drive gauge out of a drop, which is pretty interesting to see. I'd have to see that replay as to why that happened. I'm sure the production will clip that moment. But yeah, Goichi's expenditure towards the end was I don't know, it felt a little bit questionable.
Yeah, I feel like you put yourself in that bad position where you just worked so hard to get out of, where you weren't gonna die last time, but this time, not only do you have like a resources to fight back with, in many different facets of like, you know, parry, ODDP, maybe OD Fireball if you want it, whatever it may be. You now give them access to take away your health with like a drive impact or whatever it may be, or you know, press the issue even more so. So you're kind of giving them a bigger opportunity, which I'm with you. I'm surprised that even happened, that he would spend all that bar, or go for something that would spend all that bar to put himself in that bad sort of way. Like, I feel like he was playing so well up until that point. He even goaded out a crouching mid kick whip punish. Those are moments where I'm like, okay, man, he's got it. Like, he's studied Tokido. He doesn't want to lose again. But then at the very end, putting yourself in burnout is twice is very questionable. The first time it makes sense, you know, that's gonna happen. Tokido stripping away the drive gauge, it happens. But the second time on your own volition is a little weird.
A little rough, yeah. But going into it again, I want to say like Tokido, at least he's making it count where it matters the most with Ken. I mean, that's the most I can really say on the analysis portion of it. I mean, Tokido, I feel like was dead to rights against Goichi those last couple of instances. Majority of the time, I think the reason why Goichi kind of faltered is on his own volition of spending his own drive gauge a little bit earlier. And it's not even just like his fault. I think like Chun-Li can be a little bit stayed for meter, like starved for meter for some of the big conversions that she needs, and also the big like quarter carry situations that she can get.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of whether or not Goichi can close it out within, or at least land some of the hits, force the corner pressure early on, and kind of just like hang back and force the control. Right, doesn't need to be the aggressor, just needs to keep the person maintained in the corner, or at least under fire.
I agree. Also think if you're gonna be the aggressor, do so when you're looking to gain your drive gauge back as much as possible. I feel like that should be the objective more than like, I need to hit this dude to gain some damage. It should be, let me get my drive gauge back in business. Like, that's kind of an okay way to play. He gets close to burnout, but he's so active that he always has bar in his pocket. I feel like Goichi, the defense is kind of hindering that a little bit, or being a little bit more pensive than other players, than other Chun-Li players, I should say. We'll see though. Parry. Goes for a proper button this time instead of a sweep.
Again. That was mad far. That's hella damage too. He's gonna do it anyway. He doesn't give a damn. You know what's actually pretty smart? Tokido kind of forcing the issue. I think him going for the drive impact there, despite Goichi having a level 1, would be great. Like, you get a Kikosho out of that, not too much damage. They're still starved with the drive gauge. They have 0 bars to their name. One opener, which Ken can get, can lead to another wall spot regardless. So that was really smart.
Potential kick to the bust out. Reversal jabs. So we'll get the overhead off. Trying to go for the drive rush, drive impact. Tokido able to avoid the Tencho. So going to say that's a call out because it's Tokido. I'm going to say right now, call it time of death. 75 seconds, Tokido with the shimmy to finesse it less this time. To permanently put Goichi to I lied to you. My bad. The scaling with the OD fireball. We won't do it because of level 2. Look for the dash up. Jinrai to finally kills. Sorry, my bad. Forgot about the F-ball right there. But that was a very smart thing from Tokido. Instead of just going for like the OD fireball that would have got caught by the level 2, as we mentioned in level 3, would cut through. Goes for the dash up. Jinrai OD with it to get the chip. He needs to get the kill. Well done, Tokido.
Yeah, you can see like how often Goichi was put into these burnout scenarios. Just off of like both offense and the moments where Tokido would kind of like strip it with like heavy punches. I think that's the biggest weakness right now for Chun-Li, is that most of her conversions require so much meter to be a significant threat, right? Like even in that sequence, sure, he's gonna kill. Like I understand him spinning it there, but look at even in this scenario, right? Like you are still stuck in a position where you're like still down in drive gauge, and then you end up being burnt out afterwards. It's very difficult. It is truly very difficult to even try to like get out of that situation as Goichi.
Yeah. That means even more perfect pairs have to come through from you. Even more management of your bar is required. And just, I feel like that passive playstyle, not even passive, like defensive playstyle, you have to get aggressive a little bit more often if that's going to be the case. Like if you're your drive gauge stolen away by staying fierce and heavy kick, which are tailor-made to do so, then you're going to have to get a more aggressive approach to getting your bar back by walking forward, being active with your buttons and things like that. But that presents a whole risk of a different playstyle. Right now, CIG OSAKA's in risk of leaving with nothing but their points. 20 points to Yogibo so far, but Eita could save the day, but this is Lashard. So Eita gotta really turn up here. This has got to be Eita's breakout moment, I feel. You can put Torameshi up, or not Torameshi, I'm sorry. You could put Urio up, but I feel like Eita will be better on paper. What do you think, though?
I don't trust Jamie against Ed. I'm not gonna lie to you. So it requires too much of him to get started. Oh, so Eita's the one that's making all the noises.
Okay.
What is wrong with this guy, bro?
I don't know. This man helps.
I don't know. Anyways, I'd much rather see Akuma than Jamie, like free. I don't think that was under any sort of like real contention. But, I think we've talked about this matchup plenty of times over. I more so kind of want to highlight why Jamie would have been a bad idea. I think it takes too much for him to get started. I don't think he necessarily has the tools to bypass one of the biggest threats against any character, which is the flicker. And even if so, I don't think it leads to much either way. Even the fireball game is a little bit tough to manage because they could fake it out. They could do the spark and not go into the fireball. And with 3 different speeds, it's tough to manage. You can't really buck high through that. His only saving grace would probably be having a dive kick from further ranges, but that also leaves you like mad susceptible if you whiff, because you could do flicker and kind of wait it out, and if they respond to it with a dive kick or something, they could kill rush backwards, right? Or if you're too short, they could kill rush forward and then like apply pressure or punish counter it, right? So I just think Jamie would have been an utterly bad idea. But Eita and Akuma, you had mentioned it. Talk to me a little bit about. I mean, like I know like why the choice was made, but for the folks at home that have never really seen Ed and Akuma, like what is that matchup like?
Like overall, if like if the Akuma player is playing it right, it's a lot of Demon Raid variations, dive kicks, guillotines in the proper ranges, especially where it's harder for Ed to find those anti-airs. He's gonna have to reposition himself a lot to be able to get the anti-airs off, and it's a lot more mental stack. You have the fireballs also to add variance to that too as well, which makes it hard for him to continue to stop the air approach. And then on the ground, the fireballs also are really good against his buttons. Like if you're throwing out fast fireballs like the heavy ones and then walking down with level 2, it's harder for him to like strike with that medium kick or any of the buttons that he'd like to establish within the neutral. And then also might also deal with flicker preemptively too as well. You might have to spend OD gauge to cut through his projectiles. In addition to all this, we've been watching some of the Akuma players get really good about whip punishing, using sweep at proper ranges, stand fierce or forward fierce, they're risky to throw out, but they're really only done as like a whip punish tool. They don't really kind of put that button out to establish any sort of ground game. They're kind of doing it to whip punish, and they've been better and better about whip punishing at overall. So I've been watching like Daigo and other players play this matchup and develop. I think that all leads to Akuma having success on paper. Notice I said paper. In a matchup with Ashar, this is a different cat. This is a different cat. This is the golden finger coming through. He did something different with the Kemi matchup. He has cooked up Shudo before. Obviously, this is pre-CPT qualified Shudo, but still, is been so ready and prepared to be in the right places to anti-air, whether it be off a jab, whether it be off a DP, which are slow, that does take a lot more work to do so, and use like upward flicker. So even though there are faults that Ed has to work around with, Lashar is ready and has the mental stack to do so. Eita's gonna have to provide that same sort of rotation that you would typically see from Shuto, but I think that Eita can do it if he plays the way that we expect him to play. We'll see.
Find out. The anchor match currently underway. Eita versus Lashar. Currently on the back foot is Lashar. Does get opened up with a throw. But Eita's got a lot of space to work with. Backdashes out of danger. Lashar looking to set up. He hasn't really found control yet in the middle ground. Up until this point, we talked about forward fierce being a great tool to close the gap. Lashar already having means to punish him. But man, speaking of punishes, Eita outclassing Lashar in the foots department. But now, defensive tools from Lashar. Perfect parry is there. What do you do now? Eita's been tit for tat thus far. Up until this point, Lashar sniping out the Demon Raid.
Dash up throw. Kill Rush to serve the bar. Backlash flicker to OD fireball to lock him down. Medium, no drive rush right after the end of the round. Don't leave Eita alive, I'm telling you, dog. Don't do it. OD fireball. Could be seeing a little bit more as he builds up a little more gauge. Goes to level 1. But yeah, he has enough time to be able to kill rush and parry that, though. Luckily, it wasn't punishable. More touch of drive rush throw. Does he find some sort of like an overhead? Oh, what can happen
Still
this
within
round?
range. Loving the mental fortitude coming in from both ends too. Char exemplifying some of the most immaculate defense we can see. And Eita, some of the more like confusing offensive sequences we've seen. Very, very hard to read. Very hard to track too, man.
Oh, easy bait of it on the ODDP. You know what's coming through. The pillow.
What?
4 fears.
Bro, what was that variation of the dream? That desync was nuts. That did hella damage. That variation of the desync was insane.
I'm watching back on the on the Twitch, bro. The chunk that got knocked off in the beginning. Watch that back. Yo, Lashar, always developing this character, always putting more sauce on Ed. Okay, yeah, the variation now of the dream flip. Now you see something outside the distance on the dive kick, punishing the DP, staggers the medium, gets the counter it off, and I like that Eida's not deterred by that sick ass combo. He took his turn back. Level 2 with the fireball, like the variance of the fireball too as well. Heavy, level 2, switch it up a little bit, dissuading any sort of limb, so I can see the flicker come through.
And he still gets the pick up for it. Heavy punch to end it. That was actually beautifully done. Yeah, Eita's paying for it too. One wrong mishap jumping. He's gonna take all these throws, I think. Ugh, and if it's not that, he is dancing around him. Lashar putting in so much damage off of those throws and then cashing out towards the end of it all with a big bait.
Have you noticed that Lashar plays a little bit different once he starts getting his, like, I feel like his momentum, he gets a game on himself, and he starts, like, he understands how the other person plays. Cheeky resets and things like that every so often. We'll lock in, level 3 coming through, sip the Calamity, get the lead. So that bar back, out in the green, almost there at least here for Eita. Turn.
Alright, well, I mean, like, not too bad. Still a good amount of damage. Could have been far worse. Could have got the corner carry. But either way, we find ourselves at the corner again. And fake out. Yo, Eita actually tried to jump out of the way. I couldn't even tell you why, but that's 2 games. I want to say, like, how many rounds straight thus far for Lashar? Are we looking at another 40 bomber?
It might be, Vish. It might be. Lashar is cooking up Eita. Eita has some great moments. Honestly, there are some moments that are great from Eita. He has some sick sequences. He's got the corner push, and he has Eita right where he wants him. And then he has Lashar right where he wants him. Then for whatever reason, Eita goes for like adamant fist and tries to take back his turn. It worked once. Hey, great. That's sick, bro. He does it twice. Lashar locks in, gets a counter combo. That started off the level 2 scenario right there. He keeps trying to steal turns when it's not his turn, I feel. And then also his defensive decisions are not really working out, it feels like. Some wily things here from Eita in terms of like decision making. When he has the momentum, he has the right ideas. It's the right one, the ones that are after, I should say. They're the wrong ideas. He's got the right idea at first. He takes him in the corner. He's got his win condition around that area. And for whatever reason, he goes for something too risky or drops, or Lashar himself is able to snipe out and lead himself out and gain some damage or gain ground just in general.
I
can't even imagine what Eita needs to do to kind of change it up. I did like the way he was playing offense thus far, but when it comes to like the mid-ground, it's so hard to play against it, right? Like, you could have so many different looks with Demon Raid imaginable, but as of the last couple of examples, Lashar had sniped out all of them, right? He had uppercut every single Demon flip approach, even like jump approach. It's been so consistent.
Usually in this moment, when this happens within like an Ed and Akuma set, that means you have to be better with your fireballs to establish that range so you can go back in the Demon Raid. I don't really feel like that presence is there. But also, I mean, Lashar's been really good about using Flicker when need be, go for the walk-up parry, tap parry, and things like that. Maybe not perfect parry all the time, but he is also attempting against the fireballs. I feel like just the knowledge of Lashar in this matchup is overclassing Eita right now.
We love these big openers for Eita too. Counter hit from the side of Lashar. Button on wake up doesn't work out. Delayed tech. Managed to create so much space off of that. I don't know about all that when she's side switching hair. Yes, sir. Now you were stuck. You were stuck between a rock and a hard place. You got one bar. You're burnt out. Are you forced to spend it? What a time to jump fireball out of there too. That was early. Early jump fireball in anticipation for Lashar's fireball. Nice work, Eita. Keeping the dream alive.
6 a.m. with it. That could have been real bad. That bar was going level 2. Lashar could have definitely cooked him up in the corner. Eita stays alive, stays himself set point. Demon flip, but there's a jab to counter it. You saw him also walk back a little bit. OEDP does work out this time. Like it's a reversal off. Rushing the medium, backs off a little bit. Eita with the chase down. You start to catch some of these back dashes and back sways. As I say that, the back jump is there from Lashar. Caught him coming in. Sweep. One more interaction for that level 3.
Oh, it's huge.
But for who?
Bring him back in.
Come here.
Oh, it was 2+? I don't even know. Was that 2+? Huh.
Seemed like it, because he was in throw distance. That had him in 2+. He was definitely in throw distance. Unless it's parry, like there's, and it's in burnout that had them in 2+.
I would imagine so. Yeah, I think he was a little bit too early. Flicker inherently, if you hold it all the way through, that's +4. While in burnout 2, you get that extra couple of frames. It might have just been Lashar being too early.
Yeah. Hey, it'll take that. Dot kick does hit. I think Lashar kind of overseeing a little bit more than usual, I feel. Like a back throw. His position is, has a jab, it's like a Bliss knockdown. With a throw. Oh, he could have caught some of that backdash. Eita able to get the knockdown. Side switch, no, we go for a normal throw. Off the Oki. He's able to come down in time, get the only DP off fine, bro. Wow. I gotta imagine that was a bait right there. somehow.
Yeah.
This dude ate
I would have to agree with that. For sure. For sure, I'd have to agree with that.
Why did that work? Stay in medium kick. Float Satan to whatever you want.
Yeah, uppercut again. Still setting up the fireball trap against the jump suit. Eita is going to be eating a lot of fists for dinner. Bashar looking at match point.
Seal it. Eita again has to rotate those options. When he does so, he's fantastic. Too much on the demon raids has been getting got. Will be fireball now for the switch up. Mention this. Put more plasma on the screen. Do something different with it. Try to go for the jump pierce. Anti-Air's easily there. The stacker on the medium is able to find its mark. Add the fist on level 3 to get the bar back. Eita able to also get the lead here too. Close enough for like a medium punch, crushing medium punch fireball if he wants it. Oh, that's why they see the jump back here from Rashard. No shot, the dive kick actually had the counter combo, the sweep.
Oh, no way this hit!
Taking it back for the breaking the whip punches there. He wasn't even the same area code for that crouching medium kick to hit. Instead, medium kick from Lashar to seal it, and 40 points for Yogibo. Reject taking the lion's share. I can't even say lion's share. The grand lion's share of all the points today between these two teams. Lashar, too clean, but Eita just not in the proper distance for that crouching medium kick to even become a threat.
Oh my god, dude. That still could have gone either way, right? Even if it had gone in Eita's favor, he still had one more game to play against a fully powered up Lashar. He is looking unstoppable. Taking a look at the replay too, being able to snipe out. Yeah, that was actually mad unfortunate from the side of Eita because it led to this entire demise. Perfect parry within that perfect range to get the full sequencing. And Eita, he had to guess on defense, man. Him trying to go out with a jump, nobody could blame him on that. But he also had some shining moments on offense, right? I mean, like he had some phenomenal reads and also great responses too towards the Lashar's movements. Oh, that's, I still get dumbfounded by that.
Absolutely insane. Lashar still ready to get a pickup at that distance. I guess, you know what? I say, how did he use that button and whip that button? You see Lashar constantly maneuvering, inching forward back. It's hard to judge the proper distance. Even if you're not in there, I feel like it creates like a tunnel vision, like, okay, I gotta hit this button. I feel like I'm going to hit it because he's constantly moving in and out. And Lashar playing around that idea, possibly was able to get that whip punish. Regardless, Lashar able to save the day before that, able to hit that super, keep the drive gauge up in his pocket to have a pop just in case if need be, and lead himself to victory. Eita, as you said, had some good moments. We saw the genesis of the ideas that you should use in that matchup, as we mentioned, prior to everything. But you have to rotate them consistently, and you have to rotate them per ed player. That's also an important point, depending on the ed player that you play. Something's going to look a little bit more than others, and obviously Eita went for the demon raids a little bit too often. I feel more fireballs would have been fantastic. But either way, Lashar, hella dominant, continues on. And 40 points is an insane thing to say Yogibo Reject. Further solidifying the lead. They didn't have to, but they wanted to.
Establishing their dominance even further. But that also kind of like feels like we're resetting the weeks. It's like, all right, well, we started things off with a lot of the implications towards points. We need to see Hiroshima Team Ikaza and CAG Osaka, sorry, and yeah, CAG Osaka kind of like come through with their points as well. It's unfortunate that like they are stuck at where they're at, 170 and 135, whereas the other two in the top no longer have to really worry for this week, considering they both got 40 points. It's actually kind of wild to see it.
Switch up has been absolutely. Honestly, I didn't think it was gonna be like this last time they played. It was, yeah, it was the 25 Yogibo Reject, but it was down to a tie game where Tokido had to win against Finrich in the first one run back. So like before, this was a tie game, and Yogibo comes back, dominates this time. I'm very surprised. I'm very that last game, Lashar, I figured Lashar would be really good in this matchup either way. He's played it so often, he's played it from around the world, so he has a lot of ideas. But to be that consistent in all moments given to him, like that dive kick, being able to get the counter Sambidu kick and the follow-up right after it, get the 4-piece off right after it was insane. And whatever he did to chunk out that damage at the beginning of that level 2 was, I gotta look back at that again. Because
the punish counter was flicker, punish counter, wait till they drop on their knees, you do fierce, into OD blitz, then you activate it. I think I'd seen Brian F cover this and Sage Jam, but I think it's the first time I'd seen it on League. Now that I think about it. But yeah, that variation also deals just a ton of damage. Right? But going into it as well, Tokido getting his interview in, I feel like, man, his understanding of the game for at least the drive gauge perspective and playing around that is so strong. But I'm going to be really honest here. I don't think he's as sharp with Ken. I think he'd be a great Ed player. I think he'd be a fantastic Akuma player. But Ken right now was just, it's not, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying it's not going to be enough to excel him above the expectations he's looking for in a Capcom Cup scenario.
I said this with Damascus over at Fave Cup because he don't complete his combos. He don't have the most optimal combos. He just focused on getting to the corner and then operating from there. I agree with you, dude. I've been agreeing with you. Even Tokido has said this too as well. He is like, I got a very linear game plan in terms of my objective is to get you to the corner, even if it's not the most optimal, and that's how he wants to rock. But honestly, I also agree. I think Ed and Raccoon will be better characters for him. I think there's going to be a stopping point if his team does get to the finals where they make it throughout the playoffs. They have to fight the other team. He might, and I don't want to say in a bad way, but he might become a liability. Torameshi obviously can get counterpicked, but for him and his character and the way he plays his character, it's Tokido being really good as a player and not optimizing Ken all the way, right? There's so much more he can do with the character and he doesn't really do. But I'd like to see him switch. I feel like I haven't seen him play Ed a little bit for the CFN stuff. I think he's kind of cooled off on that as he's getting ready for CPT and such. So we talk on and on about that. I have so many ideas about that. Torameshi, he was playing really well. I played with Tokido. He wanted to cheer right behind him, but good games. Akira says, I still need to practice some more, but really good game. I couldn't go to Reject's office and play, but hey, great games. Tokido said, hey, it's said that Chun-Li has the advantage, but I was trained for this matchup and I was able to play well the second half of the game. And Lashar lastly says, I'm really happy I won, but I didn't think I was in my best condition. I was nervous having my team around me. Good game. That's you playing nervous, Lashar? You too humble, bro. We're going to teach you. We're going to know what teach you how to talk.
I imagine he was nervous against like Eita and the way that he was, the threat of the way he wants to play too. It could be kind of nerve-wracking. I will say that because Eita could surprise anybody at any given moment, which is why I'd imagine he had that type of reaction. But either way, I think Lashar, he's looking like a superstar right now, man. It's funny how dominant he is in Street Fighter League. And it's crazy enough, he's still not in Capcom Cup yet, right? Like I feel like he should be like one of the main candidates in already.
Now that you said that shocks the hell out of me. I guess he hasn't really traveled to any of the CPT events besides when he was at Singapore, I believe. Yeah, he was at Singapore. What am I saying? I would imagine he's going to be there at the CPT Super Premiere this weekend. So there's that. But you're right, he hasn't qualified despite being one of the most dominant players. And one of the players that people mention as one that they fear like to play. They say he's one of the sharpest players. They believe that he's one of the top players to have to go up against. So it's him on the lips of people a lot more often, and it's not just Lee, it's just been other places that he's been showing up, and the casuals that people have played, they see how strong he is. But this team is definitely not a team just of Lashar. You see the other players stepping up to the plate, especially today. Even though Tokido is the best Ken, he is a good Tokido player. And Akira playing out of his mind, Torameshi as a weapon. Are they all saying the golden finger or something? I don't know what that is.
I think they did their ending cheer for the fans at home. Yeah, sure. We'll take that. Funny enough, I think the combination of both Yogibo and Reject as a brand coming in together is so interesting. Finally finding out what both are as individuals, like individual organizations, them coming together as a team is like, one, it's run by Kokujin from the Reject side. Two, Yogibo is like somewhat like a furniture store, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So pretty interesting to see how that combination had happened. But either way, Tsukino with his ending remarks. They've got Favu Gaming on the away side, so they'll have time to have a good practice and all that too. So Crazy Raccoon having the run of their lifetime, I feel like, these last couple of weeks with 80 points in total of these last couple of weeks. So how many? Let me double check one more time before I talk some crazy nonsense. Yeah, week 7 and this week, Crazy Raccoon scoring 80 points is kind of a lot, man. 200 and how many points we're sought after right now? They're at 210 currently. Whereas Yogibo Reject is at 245. Yeah, this is if anything, this pretty much guarantees their playoff spot for Yogibo Reject. I also think that secures Crazy Raccoon's spot only because Hiroshima didn't score anything and OSAKA didn't score anything.
So that means that third place spot is still in contention with Hiroshima Team Itsuka, VARREL, CAG OSAKA, and Belc Gaming not going to be able to do too much at this point. So I'd assume VARREL, CAG OSAKA have to play perfect from this point on. It's going to be a battle of that third place spot to qualify. And you know, other teams that are still qualified right now or are qualified currently are not going to be easy at all to battle. 245, 210, 170. 155, 135, 80 points. Belc Gaming, unfortunately, the lowest scoring team thus far. They will come up against Yogibo Reject. I guess it's going to be the next match that they have on the docket next time we see them. So we'll see how they operate. Actually, going to get as many points as possible to not be in that lower spot. Either way, I cannot believe, and I mean this in the nicest way, FAV Gaming did not get farmed for points. It was the other teams that got farmed for points. 40-40. Twice on the other side of things, the other teams, Yogibo Reject and Crazy Raccoon taking the lion's share away from Hiroshima Team Itsuka and VARREL. I did not expect that going in at all. I thought FAV Gaming was going to get cooked up a lot more. My mistake.
I mean, it wasn't that far out, honestly. I think Ryusei finally finding his redemption chapter was pretty good. I thouut that was a really good storyline to tell, considering what he'd been tweeting about, and also just having a rough spot in Street Fighter 6 in general. Ryukichi, I think it was so close. Favu Gaming could have gone away with much more than that. I think Ryukichi having those really critical errors. A lot of the players today had some pretty critical execution errors, now that I think about it. TS versus Mago, I felt like Mago kind of snuck in and got away with it cleanly afterwards. I think it was a matter of really testing out TS's fundamentals on footsies. I think as broad as that sounds, I think that was really evident. Mago would really outclass TS. The rest of it too, with Crazy Raccoon and Hiroshima Team Ikusa, I was very surprised to see the Monon pick from Hikaru. I thought that was not too wild of a choice, but against Kazunoko, yes. Either way, a lot of it kind of threw us off, but in a great way too. But in the meantime, you guys have been tuning in. Have you guys tune in some more on the 5th of November, coming into next Tuesday. SFL is going to be broadcasted live for the English restream again to get you guys ready for all the festivities that are going on the weekend too. But yeah, Division F, Division S, Nagoya Etsumi Ojo versus Good 8 Squad, Dead Nation Focus Me versus Ibushigen, then Saishun Kansou Kumamoto versus Shinobiism Gaming.
Bangers. And many teams still in contention, as we'll get down to that when we get there on the 5th. So there's still a lot to consider for these other divisions, and then we're going to go back to this division. As we mentioned, Yogibo already solidified. Crazy Raccoon already solidified. VARREL, CAG, Hiroshima Team Itsuka fighting for that top spot, that third spot, I should say, on the thought. And honestly, those two teams right there, CAG and Hiroshima Team Itsuka, will be the first match of the day. So definitely don't want to miss it.
That's crazy.
Front to back. Right off the rip, bro. Right off the goddamn rip.
Insane. They got to fight each other to vie for that spot in playoffs. That is rough. That is absolutely rough. Then Yogibo versus Belc Favu Gaming. That's actually even more rough. At this point, Yogibo is just like, you know, we have some games to give away. We'll see how it plays out, whatever. But Crazy Raccoon and then VARREL, that is a tall order, brother. With 2 weeks left of regulation, this is a very tough order.
We're gonna see though. We've seen some blow-ups that we didn't even expect. Even today was a day of surprises. I'm sure for a lot of people watching too as well. Even the players, the mistakes that have been made. the scoring definitely not what I thought coming in. So anything can happen out here, Street Fighter League. But we do know some of these teams are already qualified. Some teams are out too as well. Going back to like what's going to happen on the fifth, again, Detonation still also looking to play perfectly. They have a chance, a sniffing chance at the playoffs. They're looking for that as well. And other teams to maybe falter the wayside. Here's the entirety of the schedule. Go ahead and screenshot that. So we have the final month of play. I'm sorry, not playoffs, regulation play. And then we're going to go to the playoffs. And that's going to be fantastic as you see 12-21, 12-22, mark those on your calendars. And of course, mark the finals next year on the 11th of February so that you know when all the top tierest action will be happening in terms of the finale for everything. And we square away everything away for to have the best team in land Japan to fight against the US and EU, which is going on right now. You should be watching the US. I try to catch that as much as I can. And the EU, I'm definitely be watching that as it will be alive.
Alive and well, that was for sure. One of the things to note too, you saw a little bit of a gap in SFL during the weekend of 8th, 9th, and 10th. That is due to the fact that we're going to have another premiere happening at Blink Respawn in the Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo to be specific. We hope to catch you guys there as well as we get to induct another player into Capcom Cup. And that's going to be very, very exciting to see overall, man. We have so much going on this weekend. I'm so super excited for it, too. The super premiere of Japan. But one of the things that you guys should be in tune with, Ad Sincolo had mentioned, mark your calendars as well. Playoffs happening December 21st and the 22nd. You best believe you can expect us two there for the English broadcast of it all. And then the finale of it, the grand finals, February 11th. Man, low-key, I think we should just go, man. I think we should be there for the grand finals and broadcast from there because Capcom Cup is literally the month afterwards. And, like, staying for, like, a month and ending it, like, right after Capcom Cup would be pretty ideal. I don't know, man. I'm still debating. I'm still really, like, thinking about it. I'm literally pulling up the calendar right now. I'm like, you know, this is due. But I don't know.
This might be. Oh, don't take me. What a good time, bro. Because I might do it. Anyway, we have the World Warriors coming up too as well. We have the fourth one for Japan. I know some of them already solidified. The fifth one just got done over in the US for East Coast and Canada. But Japan is still trying to figure out who is going to be in that top spot for another person to qualify. Shuto's already qualified. That means 2 more also will qualify from Japan. So that's 3 players in Japan total. Minimum right now, at least, that will be moving on. Who knows what's going to happen with the offline premieres, though. But that's just what we have in the docket here. That's going to be on the 17th of this month. So lock in for that one. Wake up nice and early like you would for Street Fighter League for this guy. Maybe even a little bit earlier because they have the pools early and then you get to see all this stuff on the different streams. It's always fun watching the players stream their experiences through the World Warriors and seeing how they go through certain things and what they say right after. You can also watch the public viewing right here of the World Warrior if you want to. If you want that insight from the players and commentators. You have Hamako, Aru, and Idazan. So hit that QR code. And chill out with them too as well. You know, there's many places to be watching all this World Warrior action. Usually, if I'm not already up, like a night owl, I'll just be watching it right after like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. in the morning. So just make sure to catch that. But y'all should be catching that too. I think it's one of those World Warriors that's really great to see some of the up-and-coming talent out in Japan. Like Oren has been out here doing a lot of work. I think he's still in that top 8-ish spot of points because he did win one, so he's doing good. And again, speaking about what we spoke about previously, Super Premiere is this weekend. Actually, I think it's today, technically. I don't know time right now, but it will be happening real soon. So catch it, I'm assuming, on all Capcom channels. We'll be having an announcement about that real soon about other forms of viewing. So keep a lock on the official channel. Oh, we already have?
Yeah, they already announced the link tree for multiple languages. It's going to be in English, Portuguese, 2 other languages as well. Yeah, that had already happened like 2 weeks ago. They already made that announcement 2 weeks ago.
Oh, so like, you guys just wait for that one. It's already out there. It's already out there. So hit that link tree.
Nah, it's already out there,
yeah. Language. My bad.
Yeah, as a matter of who's doing it, that's a secret. But English broadcast for sure, you can check it out. If need be, it's going to be happening. I want to say around like 6:45 p.m., close to 7 p.m. That's as to when that's going to be happening, at least from the state side of it all. But yeah, tomorrow morning, I want to say for Japan, and pretty much later in the evening for us in the west side. European time, I wish you good luck. I'm not sure. I am totally inept when it comes to time zones and actually helping you out with that. But in the meantime, you guys can catch it out in multiple languages, which is a pretty big deal. Looking forward to that as well.
100%. You got any walker out there. You got a lot of competition in terms of like Problem X, worldwide competition too. Some people who've already qualified, just going out there to practice and spoil the chances of other people. Shout out to Dark Neff. And shout out to Lex. I believe he is also out there with his brother JP. And then, of course, you have the best in the land of Japan. The people that you see in Street Fighter League, the people that maybe will make an appearance next time in Street Fighter League, also out here as well. I think it's going to be absolute bangers upon bangers in terms of the matches. And also Asia Pacific is going to be out there in full force. I saw my boy Shin. I don't think the Expound is going, but I know a lot of other people are going to fill out those seats. So it's going to be great action. Make sure you tune into where you need to tune in for the applicable language or wherever you'd like to join and hang out. It's going to be a good time. We'll be watching too as well. I can't tell you who's going to take it though. It's one of those, once again, who knows? Because there's so many stacked players out here in the land of Japan, and the people that are flying out here, it's going to be difficult to tell who's going to even make it into that top spot. But I can tell you right now, you should be watching this every single Wednesday before it's coming up. Full episode here of Street Fighter League US has been hella entertaining all the way through, and all the responses too on Twitter have been fantastic. The clips, Brutus out here is, and Noah, every time this guy hits the mic is just an absolute joy. So absolutely fun to watch in terms of the action and also personalities of the players too as well. We get to the EU real soon. The teams have just been announced for that, and it's been fantastic to see some of these players get picked up by these teams and supported. So the area of this stuff that I really love is seeing these players who deserve to get picked up and sponsored have that support again.
Yeah, man, it's been very, very exciting thus far. We also have another week of Sajam coming up as a special guest commentator for the English broadcast of it all. But also with the EU side, I'm actually really, really excited to see how that's going to turn out, as every single episode is live in Paris. That is actually going to be pretty insane to experience as well. But currently, in week 4 Street Fighter League US, things are gearing up for, I want to say, better or worse, depending on how you're viewing it, right? If you have like your investments in some of these teams, you're like emotionally invested, mentally invested with some of these teams. We'll see how it plays out, man. But as it stands, the matchups are getting pretty heated, both on a player level and also for the teams as well. But as we had mentioned it, Street Fighter League EU, I'm actually kind of curious to see what the roster's like this time around. I know they did the announcement videos. I didn't get to catch the full extent of it. But I also want to know who's going to be in town for commentating it. I actually didn't get to see the entire lineup for that as well. But Street Fighter League EU, these are the teams: Aegis, Guild, Mouse Esports, Ninjas in Pajamas, Reason Gaming, and Wolves, all happening live in Paris. You can see the Eiffel Tower on the bottom left. Do not be fooled. This will be the first time that they show everything live, at least for SFL EU. And with that in mind, we highly encourage you guys to check it out. It's going to be happening in the middle of November. It's going to be absolutely bonkers. These guys going in every single day, on the spot, on camera. You never know what's going to happen. These players can go nuts against each other. Either way, you get to experience it live and in full effect. Very excited about it.
We're excited to be watching that too as well. We have so much in terms of like Street Fighter, not only just the league, but just overall with the World Warriors. We have these qualifications still sitting, waiting to be claimed for these players. Again, as we said this week, that means 2 players qualified, and of course Blink right after that, and Kings at the very end of December. And then you've got the World Warriors that we have mentioned that some of these players have already qualified through. There's just so much going on. You have other tournaments that are happening, like Taku that includes Street Fighter 6. But people, that's it for us today. Thank you for joining us, watching another episode of Street Fighter League Japan as we get further and further down these brackets. All I gotta say is stay safe, and we will see you in the streets. Have a good night, everybody.
この後は選手の音声入り本日のハイライトをご覧いただきますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみにしてください。それではディビジョン S 第9節でお会いしましょう。さよなら。
また明日。
また明日。どちらも崖っぷち、負けることは許せられない。ドライブゲージが足りない。お互いバーンアウト。さあどうする？カウンター。
いやこれで
よっしゃー、初勝利 JP 初勝利。
いや、おめでとう。ナイスナイス。
ラブゲーミング。
いや
まずやっと勝てたわ。
投げを一つ。あいち。もうやばいぞ。ジャスト。ここでジャストパリー。投げを一つ。あいち。
マジか。ナイスナイス。よくしのいだなマジで。
負けない気持ち伝わってきたよ。
いやマジでよかったわ。
新プラスやり込みって感じでなんとか勝てたな。
うわ
気合で守るの孫。これインパクト打てないですよもう。
集団
これインパクト打てないですよもう。
お、美味しい。
ラッキーすぎる。いいんですか。持ってる男ですよ。いいんですか、こんなに幸せで。私持ってる男です。はいよ。
全然なし。
どんまり。
いや惜しかった。
ちょっと遅れちゃったんだろうな。
そしてクレイジーラクーン側で、今インターバルが入ってますね。
インパクトね、インパクトね。あ、聞こえてないな。
聞こえてないか。大事なのに。
さあどうだ。
いやこれはもう何もできないですからね。
あと一押し打っていったが届かず。おい。
ナイス。さすがでございます。さすがでございます。いやお前これ勝てんのかよ。
なんとかしたね。
かなりガチガチになんか対策してたから。
今して
削れるのか。いやまだ削れなそう。
おお崩したか。
削れなそう。
おお崩したか。
運がいい。
やば。
ちゃんとボタン押してたな、偉い。
いやー、あらさだ。
偉いわ、ボタン押した。
めっちゃドキドキした今。最後。
ドキドキした。危ねえ。
よくボタン押したな、最後。偉い。
いやー、ごめん。うわー、ミスった。うわー、ごめん。
よくボタンを押していたドグラ
たまらないと。
たまらず。
リバ警戒。
バーンとしてるシュートの動きだが。
うわー、
しびれ終わり。完全なるワン。
おい。
ナイス。やったー。さすが修羅の子。修羅の子。修羅の子。
完璧完璧。
いや勝ったからよ。
確かに。
あれ。
動き悪くなかったよ。
ほら修羅の子、いやお見事。お見事。
完璧。
テンポフェンリッチブランカクラシックでお願いいたします。
面にまだゲージは2つない。そのまま
2本
使ってさあこっからの追撃。
えらい。
うますぎる。ギリギリ追撃。
ナイスナイス。
もう高い。
うまい。いやいいね。
マジででかいぞ今のは。
でかい。うまっ。
やっぱり
マジで嬉しい。これマジで嬉しいっす。
そしてもう相当きついですよこれ。
ここまで減らされてしまった。削りもある。
いやナイス。
いやありがとう、アドバイス聞きましたわ。日に刺さりましたわ。
いやマジでごめん。いやいいよ。取ってくるわ俺。
ただこれ OB 号勝利圏内なのかなですね。OB 号勝利圏内なのかな。
いやさ
いやシャンキシマジ強いな。
いやでもレシャ今日は知ってたんだなって思うんですね。いや今日は本当に緊張してたなと思うレシャ自身が。
お疲れ。
いや本当お疲れ。レシャ本当ありがとう。
よかったね。